Welcome, witnesses, to meeting number 33, the first panel of the day of the House Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to order of reference from the House, we are meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And for witnesses, members certainly know this, but for witnesses information, today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available by the House of Commons website. So with that, we'll start, and this is more or less a general panel. We'll start with the Association de Camp de Quebec, Mr. Grenier, President. And if I could just to start as well, if witnesses could try and keep their remarks to approximately 5 minutes. We have 7 panelists in this panel, and that'll give us more time for questions. So go ahead, Mr. Grenier, you're on. You're muted there, Stephen. You're muted. There you go.
Alors, désolé. Bonjour, mon nom est Stephen Grenier. Je suis président de l'association.
Hello, I'm Stephen Grenier, and I'm the chair of this association from Quebec, and it's with great pleasure that I will be representing our organization here before the committee. Founded in 1961 on the initiative of vacation camp groups, we have 346 members. Organizations at the municipal and private levels as well. 691 sites are in operation and 300,000 campers every year. Our annual revenue is over $100 million a year. Our mission as an organization is to recognize and promote the quality and the value of the educational experience available in Quebec camps. Our organizations offer a 40-day camping experience, the family camping, the nature camp, or group camping. And we promote these activities and ensure that they're of quality. Thanks to the certification that we provide, our members stand out based on their quality and the safety of their services, a consideration of the highest importance in the current context. Indeed, the certified camp stamp that identifies most of our members is really a guarantee that they respect over 70 standards of safety, security, programming, protection, environment, and food offerings as well. In other words, the ACQ certification is synonymous with the highest standards of quality. As you know, however, since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, our sector is facing considerable financial difficulties and must manage in a context of great uncertainty. Of course, the current crisis is having an effect on the entire Canadian economy. Nevertheless, there are some specificities of our sector which makes us more vulnerable to COVID-19. To begin with, let me remind you that camps are seasonal businesses which operate mostly only during the months of July and August. So, unlike most other sectors, the camps have only 8 weeks to generate their revenue for the entire year. That said, for many camps, these 8 weeks of important activity are now in peril given the pandemic. Even more important, keep in mind that camps are dedicated to offering a service to campers to ensure their well-being and their personal growth in a safe environment. For obvious reasons, the ability of camps to offer this service in the current context is really shaken to the core. Indeed, ensuring that children are safe this summer and that they respect the requirements to protect their health will require that camps bring in special measures, and this will cost a good deal more for camp managers who need the government to support them through this crisis. This reality, together with the lower number of campers expected in the camps this summer, based on the requirements for public safety will really lead to a deficit for Quebec camps and camps across Canada. However, there's an even larger challenge, the challenges that the vacation campsites of Quebec are now facing. They have not received the Government of Quebec's authorization to open this summer because of security issues, so they will be deprived of nearly the entirety of their income in 2020. Of course, these businesses will continue to cover a number of administrative costs, fixed costs, rent, electricity, upkeep, insurances, and so far, which will put them in an unbearable financial situation. It will be difficult for them to offer service in 2020, and they will need to find a way to pay back deposits given by parents when they sign their children up to summer camps in 2020. If there is not enough government support, a number of vacation camps and summer camps will disappear. And that would be a tragic outcome, given that these camps are institutions that are really embedded in the culture of Canada and have been for over a century. More than day camps, residential vacation camps are sites of growth that allow children and families to live experiences that will have an effect on the rest of their lives. We think that the importance of these camps must not be underestimated. This has been a reality that many parents and children have reminded us of by the hundreds. They've told us how sad and disappointed they are that they cannot go to camp this summer. So we must ensure that vacation camps do not become a disappearing species here in Canada, and that we work closely with the government to find solutions that are well adapted to what we're really facing. We remain optimistic that with the help of the Government of Canada, Canada's vacation camps and summer camps will be able to remain available to offer what they've been offering for decades, unusual and extraordinary experiences to young Canadians. In their name and representing our association, I thank you for listening to my message.
Very much, Mr. Grenray. Turning then to the Chicken Farmers of Canada, President Benoit Fontaine and Executive Director Mr. Liberté. Mr. Fontaine.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, Chair. Michael, our Executive Director, is here with me. I am Benoit Fontaine, and I'm a chicken farmer from Stanbridge Station in Quebec, a chicken producer, and I'm the President of the Chicken Farmers of Canada. We contribute as much as $8 million to Canada's GDP. We account for 101 and more thousand employees, and we pay about $1.9 billion in taxes. Some 3,000 producers of chicken in Canada are proud of producing the number one source of meat protein in Canada in good and bad times. Canadian chicken farmers were delighted when the government decided to support the agriculture and agro-food sector. However, we wish to point out that these actions do not go far enough in supporting chicken farmers. To continue Canada's food security, our producers need support in order to manage the unprecedented pressure and stress resulting from the pandemic. Current market conditions are unprecedented for our sector. Food services that represent about 40% of the market have seen a rapid decrease in sales, pretty much overnight. At the retail sales level, even though a significant rise in sales took place thanks to the mass purchases of consumers who wanted to ensure they had reserves and food on hand, this demand stabilized and is now lower than the prior sales volumes. The rapid drop in food service sales has resulted in surplus production for a short period. Luckily, the flexibility that we have, thanks to supply management, allowed our business to quickly react and adjust our production, hoping to avoid the worst of scenarios, which would be depopulation euthanasia. The Board of Directors reduced the 12.6 allocation for the period of May to July, and we readjusted allocation for July to August, bringing it down to 9.75%. Although we've been able to adjust production, this adjustment still doesn't entirely eliminate the stress that we're living with now. Producers and processors alike. Processing plants might need to reduce their slaughter numbers due to the physical distancing requirements, plant employee absenteeism, and plant closure. Processors are working closely among each other and with producers to reallocate fowl where necessary. Production reduction and the ability to close some plants represent a high risk for producers. They may need to proceed to depopulating their fowl groups. They don't take this lightly. It would have an effect on food availability for Canada, and depopulation has a negative effect on fowl groups, given that we've put so much time, energy, and money into them. It's a great loss. Should producers not be able to work quickly enough, then producers and processors will have to work together. For the moment, we've not been reassured that the monetary value of our fowl will be covered. We understand that an agricultural support will cover 90% of costs of depopulation, but it will not cover the cost of the euthanasia, our lost animals. So we would like the proportional support for the risk at issue. During our many conversations with the government, we have pointed out that based on the Animal Health Act, depopulation is covered in cases of illnesses. We are aware that the Act was not really created for what we're living now, but we do feel that when it comes to depopulation and the overall management of our groups, this would make sense to use it. We find it unfortunate the government has not foreseen this model to support the chicken sector if depopulation is necessary. Of course, business risk management programs are created to manage income fluctuation at times of need. It could be applied in cases where depopulation is necessary. The uncertainties of COVID-19 add to the financial stress that producers are already dealing with, given the new trade agreement with the Pacific. As you know, our producers have lost a good deal of their internal market and have been waiting for over a year to see how their ongoing competitivity will be guaranteed. Given that the government has not indicated when the federal government will be tabled, our producers are continuing to wait for the support that they were promised last year. I hope that this will help members of the committee understand that measures announced so far are not sufficient to allow us to manage the financial effects that we will feel if depopulation becomes necessary. We continue to wait patiently for the support promised in the context of the signing of the Pacific Trade Agreement, such that we remain in a situation of great uncertainty. I thank you for the support that you continue to offer our sector, and I hope that you will address these issues with your colleagues in the government. Canadian chicken farmers are here for Canadians and for good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee.
but there are other options. And today I would like to highlight one that won't cost a dime. Facebook is Canada's #1 news source, and news is actually the #1 reason Canadians use Facebook, according to Abacus data. Yet Facebook itself produces no news. They don't employ a single journalist. Instead, they free ride on the investment and talent of Canadian newsrooms by taking their content without permission or payment and selling it as their own at a steep discount. Some would call this theft. At the very least, it's a parasitic and unfair practice that fatally distorts the market. I challenge you to think of one other industry in which one or two firms are permitted to raid their competitors' output without even asking, let alone paying, and then resell it as their own for a fraction of the price. I, for one, can't think of any. Yet this is exactly what Facebook does millions and millions of times a day. Today, Friends is proud to be launching a national advertising campaign called Wanted, featuring the poster that appears behind me, to alert Canadians to Facebook's unfair news appropriation practices and to rally support for urgent, reasonable regulations that would require these platforms to pay Canadian newsrooms a fair price for their content they publish, much as radio stations pay royalties for music they broadcast. I refer you to newsthief.ca or ilnouvelle.ca for more details. In April, Australia became the most recent country to enact such measures, and Canada should do the same. Let's be clear, Canadians value Canadian news and consume it in great quantities. Profits may have plummeted, but readership has remained strong and is now even stronger thanks to COVID-19. Canadians understand that Uncle Larry's off-the-cuff opinions are no substitute for professional reporting, just as Uncle Larry's hot takes are no substitute for thoughtful, professional, parliamentary deliberation. Our appetite for news has not changed. All that's changed is who gets paid. It used to be the people who create the value. Now it's the parasitic middlemen who create none. If you value free markets, as I do, this situation should concern you greatly. Recent events have shown that Facebook could not be a less deserving company of such artificial competitive advantages. A recent Leger survey found that 53% of Canadians believe at least one COVID conspiracy theory that circulates widely on Facebook. And this is not an accident. Facebook was recently exposed for proactively helping advertisers to target people interested in pseudoscience so that those most susceptible to COVID lies would be most likely to encounter them. This practice is not just immoral, it undermines Canada's unprecedented and unprecedentedly expensive public health efforts. Recently, Facebook's response to police brutality and protests against them have caused employees to walk out on $300,000 salaries because they just can't stomach working there anymore. What happens in Canada matters. Your work matters. The work that happens in provinces matters. Local news matters. Media is the only way for us to maintain a common national identity across great distance, and news is the only way for us to participate together in a unified democracy. Australia's approach befits a confident, sovereign nation. It's time for Canada to prove that we belong in that league. No single action will solve the news crisis, but requiring Google and Facebook to pay for the news they use is a very good first step. This is something you can do to drive extra revenue to Canadian media without spending a dime of public money. I strongly encourage you to take up this policy without delay and look forward to answering any questions you might have about how best to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernhard. Turning then to Precision Drilling Corporation, Kevin Naveau, President and CEO. Mr. Naveau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address the Finance Committee today. I represent Precision Drilling, a proud Canadian oil and gas drilling and well servicing contractor. I believe the Canadian conventional and in situ oil and gas drilling industry has been an unintended victim of an international anti-oil sands mining campaign. As a result, our industry has been weathering a deep and severely damaging multi-year downturn. And now we're facing a total collapse as the downturn is further compounded by the economic impacts of the COVID-19 shutdown and the recent oil price war. The drilling industry is a labor-intensive service business which creates jobs for hundreds of thousands of Canadians from every province and territory of this country. I was born and raised in Alberta, a third-generation oil and gas worker, and I'm one of those several 100,000 prospective oil and gas workers. There should be no doubt that the Canadian conventional oil and gas industry is perhaps the cleanest, the most efficient, and without a doubt, the most socially responsible hydrocarbon energy source globally. Canada is viewed as a model for operational and environmental excellence. As a result, Canadian oil and gas workers are sought out globally for leadership, engineering, regulatory, and operational roles. During my 38-year career, I've worked in oil and gas fields around the world, from Saudi Arabia to Kuwait, Norway, Russia, Colombia, and of course the United States. And this Canadian excellence is due in large part to a very unique combination of comprehensive federal and provincial regulatory frameworks, our harsh winter conditions, the Canadian entrepreneurial spirit, and most importantly, our deep Canadian social and environmental conscience. Canadian oil and gas leads the world with innovations in drilling processes, reducing our environmental footprint, reducing GHGs, delivering exceptional operational efficiency while leading socially for workers' rights, creating successful First Nations partnerships, and all while investing socially in the communities where we operate. Now, while the macroeconomics of supply and demand drive the commodity prices and strongly influence the ability of our industry to function, several uniquely Canadian challenges have manifested over the past several years and threaten the sustainability of our industry. As I mentioned at the start, the Canadian conventional oil and gas industry has been collateral damage of what amounts to a war against oil sands mining. The anti-pipeline and anti-oil sands rhetoric, all designed to constrain oil sands investment, has decimated the conventional oil and gas industry. Further, we have domestic and foreign NGOs and even Canadian political leaders demonizing the oil and gas industry as a whole. For example, natural gas, which is an excellent lower emissions, clean replacement for coal, has become a target. The gas pipelines and gas exports have also become a target, and this is incomprehensible. The major impact has been a swift and severe reduction in foreign investment in Canadian natural resources sector. In fact, many investors now view Canada as having a significantly higher political risk, resulting in investors moving that capital to other jurisdictions. An uninvestable Canada is an economic problem for all Canadians. Now, for precision, this means that today we employ less than 800 Canadians. In 2014, that comparable number was over 4,000. The majority of our 600 corporate staff positions have migrated to Houston, and our leadership team, including myself, are now domiciled in Houston, where the long-term prospects remain strong. As a Canadian, I could not be more disappointed by the destruction of good and responsible energy opportunities here in Canada, and especially the jobs. Canadians have been endowed with excellent geology, a strong and noble social and environmental conscience, and most importantly, a dedicated, productive workforce. It's our obligation as leaders to continue to demonstrate to the world how Canada is the preeminent model for conventional oil and gas development. Recently, the Canadian Association of Oil Well Drilling Contractors has written to the Minister of Finance calling on federal government to support our beleaguered industry. And I comment that the federally funded well reclamation program is a very good start, but I'm afraid the industry will need much more. Also recently, the Canadian Association of Oil Well Drilling Contractors submitted to the province of Alberta a construct for a financial grant package. And the program is intended to encourage the drillers to accelerate our investments in the safety, the recertification, and maintenance of our drilling equipment. These investments will provide immediate industry employment while positioning the drillers to safely and efficiently respond for an eventual rebound in activity. Like the well abandonment program, this could be a joint provincial federal program, and I encourage you to look into this. But I firmly believe that the federal government must encourage all types of conventional oil and gas investments and must not tolerate the destruction of our conventional oil and gas industry as an unintended victim of the ill-informed anti-oil sands movement. Canada needs its oil and gas industry, and for this industry to be healthy as we embark on a resilient economic recovery from the COVID pandemic. We can balance both economic recovery and achievement of our environmental goals. Canada's oil and gas drillers are exceptionally well positioned to assist through quality jobs, technical excellence, and environmental stewardship. Our industry is a good news story. Thank you for your time today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naveau. Turning then to the Ottawa Special Events, Michael Wood, partner. Mr. Wood, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As was said, my name is Michael Wood. I'm a partner at Ottawa Special Events. I want to thank the Standing Committee on Finance for the opportunity to hear my concerns and recommendations on behalf of small businesses across Canada. I would like to thank Pierre Poilievre for putting my name forward to the committee and allowing me to address you today. I would also like to take another moment and thank Sean Fraser for hosting a roundtable with Ottawa small businesses about a month ago. Thank you, sir. I want to thank the Government of Canada for the programs that have been developed so far to support small business. Unfortunately, there are gaps that have not been addressed. Ottawa Special Events is a small business that rents equipment to festivals, conferences, individuals, all levels of government, and essentially anywhere that there's a public gathering. Like many small businesses, mine's been devastated by the effects of the COVID-19 crisis. We became a zero revenue business overnight. Our expenses continue to mount. We've tried to mitigate our cost exposure. We've laid off 20 plus of our employees, all of them. We've negotiated with suppliers to try and obtain relief and payment deferrals. Despite this, our exposure both corporately and personally is huge and continuing to grow. Our company is just one example of thousands of companies facing financial ruin as a direct result of COVID-19. There are several crisis situations that will require urgent attention from the Government of Canada and the provinces. Crisis number one is personal guarantees. Many businesses are facing closure and bankruptcy as a result of the impacts of COVID-19. These closures and bankruptcies are not the fault of small business operators, yet somehow we're expected to bear the brunt. Existing loans taken out prior to the pandemic will be called, and personal guarantees will be pursued by the lenders. This will result in not only businesses going bankrupt, but so too will the owners who made those guarantees. We need an action plan that will protect small business owners from losing their livelihood and potentially their personal assets. We need regulations or legislation that will prevent lending institutions from pursuing personal guarantees. Also, small business needs much more than the $10,000 that's forgivable on the $40,000 loan. We need new grants, we need subsidies. The federal government needs to help us through this crisis. Additional loans are not the answer. I know that you've heard this. We just simply cannot take on more debt. It's impossible for those to operate under a one-size-fits-all program. Some businesses can survive for months on $40,000, while others can't cover 3 weeks. My question to you right now is there more financial support coming? What time frame did you think that the $40,000 intended to cover? Was it for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months? We just want to know. The second crisis that you're well aware of right now is the commercial rent program. The commercial rent program is not benefiting many small business owners. Landlords are not obligated to participate in this program. Prime Minister Trudeau has said this. Premier Ford has said this. In fact, if you speak to your constituents, it is the largest landlords in Canada that are the least likely to want to participate. Tenants that should benefit are not able to apply and are at the mercy of the landlord to do so. The program has created deep animosity between some landlords and tenants, while their energy should have been put into trying to find a solution. Giving tenants the opportunity to apply directly for the relief is one. Alternatively, landlords with tenants in need of rent support should be obligated to make the application. Measures to prevent evictions of commercial tenants who cannot pay the rent is also urgently required, although I do understand this is a provincial jurisdiction. In addition, the commercial rent relief program covers us until the end of June. The application process just opened and no money has started to flow. It's clear that this program needs to be extended for several more months until the restrictions imposed on businesses are completely lifted. Crisis number 3. What happens after we've applied for the 4th time for the CERB and our businesses are still shut down due to government regulations? We aren't allowed to contribute to unemployment insurance. How are we expected to cover our basic costs and look after our families? My question is, does the government have a plan to extend CERB payments? And lastly, the 4th crisis, big box dominance. As you know, small business has been the backbone of the Canadian economy for years. How is it possible that stores such as Walmart were allowed to remain completely open selling the same products small businesses had on their shelves, but were forced to close. Outside of groceries and pharmacy, why were the other sections not roped off? This totally created an uneven playing field. While some businesses with a storefront are now able to offer limited access, the divide is unacceptable and must not be repeated in the future. I close with, while I understand that at some point all storms run out of rain, the question is, until it does, how are we expected to survive this flood? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Before I turn to the last witness on the panel, I'll give members the speaking order for the first round of questions. First up will be Mr. Morantz, then Mr. Fraser, then Mr. Brunel Duceppe, I believe. If I got that wrong, Gabriel, you can correct me. And then Mr. Julian. So we'll start with Mr. Morantz after the next witness. Turning then to Western University, Alan Shepard, President and Vice Chancellor. Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Mr. Easter. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to comment on the effects of the pandemic at Western and across our sector. I want to thank the Government of Canada for its leadership in responding to the pandemic, and I'd like to thank my community here locally for its extraordinary efforts. The substantial allocation made in support of post-secondary students has been impressive on a world scale, and the new research allocations are helping Canadian researchers contribute to the global efforts. At Western, that support has been augmented by our own $2.6 million Student Relief Fund, donated in part by our alumni, faculty, and staff. We have assisted more than 3,400 Western students who were in immediate need, a surprising number. In early March, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research invested new funds to fast-track a national response to COVID, and 2 of these pan-Canadian teams are led by Western faculty members. And in late March, $1 million in federal funding was awarded to vaccine researchers at Western's Schulich School of Medicine and Dentistry, where our new Level 3 Biohazards Lab is being put to very good use. In April, the government launched CAN COVID, a network of healthcare professionals, university researchers, and policymakers united against the pandemic. Western faculty members play a leading role there. And we added $1 million of our own money to support COVID-related research and interdisciplinary projects on our campus. Amidst all of these research projects, though, Western has also donated a significant amount of PPE to local hospitals. We've offered free accommodation to frontline healthcare workers, designed and manufactured and give away for free thousands of face shields for hospital staff and more. Now, looking ahead to September and beyond, we're working hard to ensure that our students are able to access the high-quality learning environment and transformative student experience they and their families expect of us. To achieve these goals, we're taking a number of steps, to wit, hiring a number of new PhD-level instructional designers to help transition the courses. We're hiring 250 advanced Western students to help portage face-to-face courses into virtual online experiences. We're creating free online summer modules for first-year students to help them catch up academically and begin forming social networks and so forth. Importantly, we've also increased our undergraduate bursaries and scholarships by almost 45% to $44 million, and our graduate student support will rise to $60 million next year. I would say we've not been particularly surprised by the additional costs to the university's operating budget, but these additional costs are already in the multiple tens of millions of dollars and rising. Some of the new expenses are obvious, moving thousands of undergraduate courses online, for example, but other expenses are less obvious, such as the loss of meaningful amounts of ancillary revenue or the anticipated decline in private sector research partnerships as the private sector itself contracts. Of course, the most important costs, the human costs for all of us, can't be calculated, actually. For this fall term, assuming that public health regulations make it possible, we intend to operate in-person academic experiences for roughly 25 to 30% of our courses. The rest will be delivered almost entirely online. Assuming we have government approval, our campus will be open. So far, enrollments are holding strong, but with the effects of the pandemic still unfolding, the impact on enrollment will not be known until the fall for us or for any university, and it hangs over all Canadian universities. There is, of course, even more uncertainty around international enrollment. At Western, that number is just under 15%. In a post-pandemic world with all of the crazy things going on and the new geopolitics, it is plausible to imagine Canada as an even greater beacon of hope and an opportunity for international talent. As we emerge from the pandemic, Western looks forward to responding to other global challenges that will affect Canadians. Climate change comes to mind. Western would strongly support a national infrastructure program addressing key global challenges, knowing that such investments would also help stimulate the economy here in Southwest Ontario. The SIF project, for example, was a great success. We saw 2 nationally recognized buildings, which strengthened our ability for research and innovation. So we greatly appreciate the substantial investments already made by the Government of Canada. We also recognize that our efforts to advance the academic missions of Canada's great universities will have substantial additional costs as well. Our missions are robust and they're fundamental to the well-being of the students and the communities we serve, but our missions are also vital to the health and the future of Canada itself. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the witnesses for their presentations. We'll go to the first round. Will be a 6-minute round. I think we have time to go with regular rounds today. Mr. Morantz, you're first up. Marty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fontaine from the Chicken Farmers of Canada, just wanted to have a chat with you about the situation your industry is currently facing. I did have the opportunity to meet with some of your Manitoba representatives before COVID, and the picture they painted at the time was quite alarming. They told me was that the combined effect of the CPTPP, CUSMA, and WTO obligations resulted in basically foreign market access of about 10.8%. Translating into job losses of about 3,100 jobs and 240 million in GDP contributions out of roughly a $6.8 billion overall contribution by your industry. Given that situation pre-COVID that was already existing, could you comment on, in this new environment, what this means for the industry, given the earlier challenges that the industry was already facing?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed. With the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we had 26.7 million kilograms in chicken access, but with the new NAFTA, that gave $69.9 million to Americans alone, such that in the new NAFTA, that would give us 10.9% of all domestic production. That's incredible. And for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, it's 26.7, as I said. So that was before COVID, and we did not receive, as the dairy producers did, any sort of compensation for this loss of market share. So since the ratification of these 2 new trade treaties, especially the Trans-Pacific Partnership one, we've been waiting. One of 5 of the supply management groups has already had some sort of agreement. We're waiting for tax credits and especially funds to promote chicken production within Canada, to do something about the 3,000 and some jobs that are going to disappear, and our contribution in taxes that will be lost. That was before COVID, and that was the situation then, and now it's even more complicated.
Pre-COVID contributed about $2.2 billion to taxes and contributed a $6.8 billion share to Canada's GDP. So really a massive industry already hurt by these trade agreements. But it seems that, well, to rub salt in the wound, your organization also been lobbying for relief from the carbon tax, for example, like as the commercial greenhouse gas operators received, and that plea had fallen on deaf ears. And in the meantime, the government went and increased the carbon tax in the middle of a pandemic on April 1st. So I'm wondering how you feel about that.
Effectivement, la taxe.
Yes, indeed, the tax on greenhouse gases, the carbon tax, has a very negative effect on chicken farmers, and we don't understand why flowers, for example, and greenhouse fruits and vegetables are receiving relief, whereas we are producing Canadians' preferred protein, a very healthy source of protein with an ever-improving ecology footprint. Canadians eat this food as one of their favorite foods, and we seem to be in a situation where we're taxing food that Canadians are eating. This doesn't make any sense. Taxing goods and services, fine, but taxing food? And this is the sort of food that people with low incomes do buy on a regular basis.
All these factors, the pre-COVID issues that we discussed, the carbon tax that we discussed. What can Canadian consumers expect? Are there going to be shortages on the grocery shelves, or are prices going to go up, or what will the market effects be to Canadian consumers of the impairment of your industry?
J'ai un oui et un non.
I have a yes and a no to that. Yes, indeed, with the physical distancing we're seeing now and slower processing, more complex processing situations, this will have an effect on the cost of the consumer. So we won't necessarily be causing the higher price. It will happen down the line. Moreover, the carbon tax slapped on chicken, well, indeed, there are chickens, breasts, and thighs, and so on that, have to somehow cover this tax. And we don't see why we need to tax food that people really need across this country. Thank you, Mr. Morantz.
Tax. If I have time for one quick one, Mr. Chair, it just has to do with
okay, go ahead.
Supply.
Very quick.
Just in Manitoba, restaurants are opening up now on a 50% capacity limit. Is there going to be a lag time between producers needing to ramp up production to meet this new demand as restaurants reopen, or is the supply in place?
Mr. Fontaine?
Mr. Morantz, c'est une excellente.
Mr. Morantz, this is an excellent question. Probably with the rapid loss of food services, about 40%, there must be a number of products ready for them. So I'm rest assured that we won't see a shortage of chicken across the country. And given the allocations for across the country, we can ensure that chicken gets to market. We have shown that we can turn around very quickly and adjust production to the market. So I would like to reassure you that that's not going to be a problem.
Both very much. Turning to Mr. Fraser, who will be followed by Mr. Brunel Duceppe. Sean?
Thank you so much. I'll begin with our guest from Doctors Without Borders, and thank you for the work that you do throughout this pandemic, and generally speaking, I really do appreciate it. I spend a very small amount of time working in the developing world, and I've got quite a few friends who do now. I can not claim to be an expert, but one of the things that experience brought to the fore for me when this pandemic first arrived, I think you'll recall the graph where we saw the public healthcare system capacity like this, and the curve we're all trying to flatten, trying to stay beneath that capacity line. One of the problems that I can't understand that's getting so little attention is that capacity line through huge parts of the world is at a much lower level. I worry greatly because the systemic supports may not be in place to deal with even a mild spike throughout the developing world, that if this pandemic is not gotten under control globally, that we're making a decision effectively to have the public healthcare systems fail across the global south and broader developing world. I'm curious if you can comment on what role you see Canada or our international institutions playing in supporting developing countries to ensure that they can manage an increase in cases that other countries seem to have managed that have the capacity to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. I think you put your finger on the question that's basically been haunting us since COVID became a reality 3 months ago and really came onto our radars. There's no good answer to that question. What we have been witnessing, I mean, as you put it, right? You've got health systems across the world, particularly in the 70+ countries where MSF is operating, that are not able to cope and meet demands in the absence of a pandemic. And now you layer on top of that COVID-19, and it's potentially absolutely disastrous. So now, and it's just now, it's in the last few weeks where we are starting to see cases in the Rohingya refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, for example. We are seeing really an increase in cases in DR Congo, in CAR, in South Sudan, in some of the contexts where the health systems are just really at their weakest. So I think, what we've been doing as an organization and other kind of emergency responders is really trying to do a kind of emergency set of support and preparation to health systems. How do you do, the IPC stuff, setting up the infrastructure, the PPE work? So really trying to work very closely with health workers and systems to get that in place. We don't know how bad this problem is going to get. We don't know what that curve is going to look like that you just described. Whether there's going to be a spike or a longer term sort of challenge in coping. Your question is what can the government do about that? I mean, I think, in the most simplistic terms, I think there's two sides to this. One is make sure that there's funding and support for the emergency response right now. So it's the gearing up, it's the getting the PPE to the right places, it's the training and support for frontline workers right here and right now, and then supplemented and supported by the sustainable and more developmental oriented work that the Canadian government also does, right?
Excellent. Thank you. I've got limited time. I would love to get two more questions out to other witnesses, but thank you for the work that you do. It's much appreciated. To our guests from the Friends of the CBC, one of the things that I've been concerned about over the past number of years as we see the move towards digital consumption of news is not just the ousting of Canadian content, but the fact that we don't have as many reporters in small town council meetings, in school board meetings, in some jurisdictions around the world covering elections of local judges or other positions along those lines. I'm curious if you can comment, in addition to the suggestions you made during your remarks, can you offer some guidance on what the government could do to help ensure that the quality of that local coverage continues to be supported and can survive this seeming takeover by digital giants?
Thank you for your question. I think, we could talk about this for hours and hours. I would, given the time allotted, divide it into two segments, the public and the private. So on the private side, I think the government can take measures to ensure that the people who produce the content get paid for it. And that's the nature of our campaign that I announced earlier that we're launching today. Wanted, talking about the fact that these big platforms are making billions of dollars and the people who produce the content get none. If you don't get paid long enough, you stop doing what you're doing. And as you pointed out, there will be no one in these places. And by the way, it's not just small towns and hamlets. We're talking about provincial legislatures in some cases. So this is a very serious problem where all kinds of chicanery can go on unnoticed. I think the second option is public. We do have a public service broadcaster in Canada, a national one, as well as some provinces have public broadcasters and public service media in general. And if the market has failed and the government, doesn't want to take action to level the competitive playing field, they can have a public intervention. Just as we think that people who cannot afford healthcare don't want to be sick. You break your leg, the law of supply and demand says if you don't pay, you don't want to be healed, but that's obviously not the case. The same is true with news. People want and need to be informed. It's a fundamental part of our democracy. And the gentleman previously was talking about Rohingya refugees now starting to get COVID-19. Many of them were displaced because of activity that was incited on Facebook. It was a genocide incited on Facebook. It's been well reported, and this is the downstream effect. So we need to step up for real information. We need to make sure that the journalists who create it get paid. So that's part of the market intervention. And failing that, a public supplement, I think, is necessary and valuable.
We'll give you a quick one, just like we did Marty. Sean.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. Mr. Wood, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your kind comment during the introduction. I found the session that we conducted with the group of Ottawa business owners immensely valuable. It was one of a series of meetings that I've been having and I continue to have to help inform how the government can continue to tinker with or potentially come up with new policies. You've pointed out that because the public health challenge may continue, you want some certainty that certain benefits would continue. I'm curious, not on the specific policies, there's time for you to make a submission in writing after that, I would suggest, but in terms of the process of continuing to take in feedback, what is the right format to make sure that voices like yours and businesses are heard as we transition away from these emergency benefits toward a more permanent situation? How can we continue to engage the voices of business owners that have proven so valuable, that have allowed us to make changes like the $1,000 income allowance for CERB, like the expansion of eligibility for CEBA, like the extension of the wage subsidy from 10 to 75% and then to August 29th? All of these changes came from the business community telling us that these are the challenges they were facing. How can we continue that engagement to ensure that we can benefit from real lived experience of business owners?
Mr. Wood, if you could be shorter than the question, that'd be great.
No problem at all. Thank you so much for asking the question, Mr. Fraser, and thank you for the kind words. I think honestly, this is a team effort. This is a team effort between small business and the government, whether it's federal or provincial. We do need people in your position to continue to hear us out, hear our associations. And, we're going to continue putting forward different things because we are still in crisis. And, I do appreciate everything that you've done, but please, we'll continue to submit letters and what needs to continue to be fixed.
Thank you. Turning to Mr. Brunel Desepp, followed by Mr. Julian. Alexi?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank all the witnesses who are here today. It's very appreciated. My question is for Mr. Grenier from summer camps in Quebec. Mr. Grenier, there were a lot of announcements by the federal government. We had to react quickly in order to make the most money available to help the most people possible. And right now we're hearing from businesses and from groups who don't have access to those programs. So I have a few questions, some specific questions. And the first one is the rent assistance program, does it help with the fixed rent? I'm convinced that some of my members who operate private camps, I don't have the exact information, but they probably have access to that program. But quite a few of our organizations that are nonprofit might not have access. So I think that a minority of our members has access to that financial support. Therefore, would a more direct set rate help, such as refundable tax credit, would help camps reopen in 2021? The tax credit, once again, for nonprofits, I don't think that's the best solution. However, for private organizations, it's probably something that could help them. But I'd have to validate that information. All right. What about the $40,000? Is it accessible to camps? And would that loan be sufficient to help your members? The $40,000 is accessible to my members currently. Is it sufficient? Probably not. In fact, I can confirm that it isn't, because we're going to have to give back money to all of our clients because all of the camps have been canceled. We're going to have to give money back to all our clients. Our loan capacity is quite limited because we only work 2 months a year, and we are going to have to refund that money eventually. So that puts us at risk to have those kinds of loans. You'll correct me if I'm mistaken, but I heard that there were a lot of problems with Summer Jobs Canada. Could you tell me more about that? Yes, it seems that Summer Jobs Canada made a local decision, given that the announcement happened much later than the date that had been decided on to present applications. We didn't know if we would be able to operate or not, according to public health. Decisions were supposed to be given to the government of Canada, and because there was no answer, in some cases, they weren't able to take any chances, and they had to withdraw financing from several camp organizations in Quebec. All right, in regards to occupation rates, what would be the occupation rates for private camps in this summer, including those that won't be reopening because of public health directives? I can tell you that on average, what I have as a number is between 30 and 40% of the usual clientele. So it's very little, considering that parents are definitely going to need that service during this summer. 100% of summer camps in Quebec are closed, except for some that work for exceptional needs. But the camps that I represent, even if we have a special needs camp, we decided to close our doors because it was untenable. And in regards to subsidies, salary subsidies, will you be getting those? We're hoping for good news and a confirmation. Right now, we're in contact with those who work at CRA. The government seems to have understood what our issues are and what our specific needs are in our camps sector. They have offered their full collaboration, and it seems that they're going to act quickly. We look forward to hearing about that, which will really help camps, day camps especially, this summer. Do I have any time left? Yes? Okay. If summer camps can't participate this summer, what are your opportunities for next summer? And what do you think will happen next year? In regards to summer camps, 100% of them are closed for summer 2020. Who will be able to reopen in 2021? I can't tell you that. It'll depend on financial support in the next few weeks. There are already at least 1 or 2 camps that will be closing forever. So we're very worried. It's the financial support that we receive that will help us. For fixed rates, for example, for this summer, for this fall, and this winter, until we reopen, we're hoping in 2021. And one last question. I'm guessing operating costs must have increased substantially for the next few months with social distancing. You're going to be needing help with that, right? Yes, ratios have doubled. 1 monitor for 12 has become 2 monitors for 12 children. So human resources have doubled. We also have to buy a lot of sanitation equipment. All of that represents costs that will be an important burden for our summer camps for 2020. Thank you, Mr. Grenier.
Both turning to Mr. Julian, followed by Mr. Cumming. Peter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all our witnesses for being here. We certainly hope that your families are safe and healthy, and we appreciate all of the wisdom and direction you're providing today. I'd like to start with Mr. Bernard. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for raising something that I think all MPs are aware of, that what is the total devastation that has happened to small and medium-sized media across the country. I mean, we've just seen it in my community, going down from 4 newspapers to 1.5, and right across the country, we've seen this devastation for 2 reasons. As you pointed out, we have the big web giants that can steal content with impunity. But also, those big web giants are being subsidized by the taxpayer because, of course, advertising that goes on the web giants is subsidized and written off an income tax. So how do we need to change things fundamentally, going far beyond the issue of just paying for the news they use, so that the web giants, foreign companies that often pay absolutely nothing to Canada, will stop this devastation of our local news sources across the country?
Thank you very much for the question. Just before I answer, a very quick clarification. It was bugging me. I realized that it could be interpreted in my last answer that Friends only supports increased funding for the CBC in the event that the private marketplace is not regulated, and that's not true. We advocate for both. To answer your question, Mr. Julian, I think you're entirely right that taxpayers are subsidizing these companies, both through the write-offs but also through other activities. What we have now, and your finance committee will be particularly sensitive to this, are thousands of industries asking for help because the government had to shut down the economy for health reasons and because of the subsequent devastation that's arisen. Meanwhile, we have 2 companies that earn almost $7 billion in Canada and pay 0 taxes. They don't collect sales taxes. They put Canadian competitors out of business due to artificial and unfair competitive advantages that are simply created by government inaction. And more than that, we allow Canadian businesses to write these expenses off in contravention to Section 19 of the Income Tax Act, which would suggest that foreign media expenditure should not be tax deductible. So I think what we have here, without getting too far into the weeds, is a situation in which the government, successive governments, I should add, have decided not to act, and this has sort of crept up on them. And so our first and foremost imperative is for the government to sincerely declare its intention to do something about this. We have not seen that. This is not a problem that is technically challenging to solve. It requires will and courage. And so our first question is, when is the government going to say enough is enough? After that, we can talk about the details, and there are various options. Getting these companies to pay for the news that they use is one such option that Canada can pursue quickly and without direct public expense or direct public subsidy to the news industry. So that's why, especially in this time, we are drawing attention to that.
And thank you for that. But you actually go further, and I think that's certainly where most Canadians are at. That the web giants should actually be paying taxes. They should be they should be good citizens in this country, and that means because of this massive blank check that they've received from successive federal governments, not even requiring them to pay income taxes, that has undermined our local media 2 ways, both because we don't have the funding to provide the supports and also because they're eliminating local media sources because of their competitive advantage. I mean, it's a beautiful situation. Don't have to pay taxes. People who advertise with them get to write things off on their taxes. It's a perfect storm for destroying Canadians' ability to speak to one another. Now, I know that you made reference to the concentration of what's left of Canadian media. We're seeing certainly a profoundly right-wing bias. And it's ironic that the National Post and the Toronto Sun, these right-wing sources of so-called information, are also heavily subsidized by Canadian taxpayers because advertisers can write off the kinds of advertising that they do in those newspapers. What do you think is the best path moving forward to actually stabilize, ensure in the long term that we have a diversity of voices, not just right-wing voices in the Canadian media, and that also we stop this idea that it's always the taxpayer that has to pick up the tab for these right-wing sources, that there isn't a journalistic obligation for them to show fair balance. What is your vision of what Canadian media should look like coming out of this pandemic?
So I try and take a pragmatic approach, and you mentioned at the beginning that these companies should be good citizens. With respect, I don't think...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. I hate doing that, but I think that we're having a problem with the interpretation.
Okay.
Mr. Bernard, I don't know if it's your microphone, but I think that the sound quality is not good enough right now to interpret.
Just go like we did in the beginning, Mr. Bernhard, go fairly slow and try and speak right into your mic that it's not rubbing on your coat.
Yes, I'll try this. I hope that's better. With respect, Mr. Julian, you mentioned that these companies, the platforms, Facebook, et cetera, should be better citizens. And respectfully, I think that's perhaps not the right frame. Their viewpoint is irrelevant. The government of Canada should govern the way that business takes place in Canada. We should not be dependent on their goodwill for taxation or for compliance with hate speech law, libel, defamation, and other circulation of illegal content that would land anyone else in jail. And so what I would submit is that if the government of Canada wishes to live up to its name, it should try to govern Canada, especially this majorly influential and politically impactful industry, where one set of players are allowed to not just pay no taxes, but also incur no cost to gather the news, to verify it, to edit it, to distribute it, etc. So, we often hear that people are reluctant to interfere in this market, and I understand that there is fear that this is political manipulation. Ensuring that companies are paid a fair price for the product that they produce seems to be a very politically neutral, easily actionable and feasible first step. And so I'd recommend starting there.
Okay, we'll have to end it there. We are substantially over. Turning to Mr. Cumming, who will be followed by Mr. Fragaskatis. James?
Great, thank you, and thank you for all the witnesses for appearing today. I want to direct my questions to Mr. Nouveau with Precision Drilling. I can't imagine what it's like for you and your management team to have to deal with the impact of both COVID and the price war that has taken place in oil and gas, and the layoffs that you've had to do, and the people who have been affected by that. I want to know, of the programs that the Canadian government has introduced, have any of them been impactful for you on the short term with your team here? And by comparison, because you also have operations in the US, what was the reaction been like in the US during this time of crisis?
Yes, thank you for the question. So first of all, with respect to the Canadian programs, the Canadian wage subsidy program is helpful. It's a short-term fix. Unfortunately, we have likely in front of us not just several weeks or months of downturn, but likely quarters, maybe even a couple more years. So I do think that the wage subsidy programs have been helpful in delaying some layoffs, but that may not solve the problem on a long-term structural basis. The well reclamation program is getting moving right now, and we think that's very helpful for the well servicing segment of our business. And remember, the well servicing segment is the part of the industry that comes in later life in the wells and repairs wells, keeps them running, and then eventually abandons the wells. So the reclamation abandonment program will be helpful for that segment. But the core drilling business is right now operating at essentially historic lows. People are leaving the industry where rigs are moving to the U.S. and other markets. The damage is structural, it's long-term, and we are looking for help in that area. I think the plan that we submitted to the province to help stimulate some capital investment in the assets could be very useful. We'd really like the Federal Finance Committee to look to Alberta and look to that, and we will see that the CAODC submits that plan to the federal government also. Now, turning to the U.S., I think the subsidies in the US, the wage subsidy programs there are working in a similar fashion. But I'd comment that the capital markets in the US are functioning. So the industry isn't as capital starved as we're seeing in Canada. While there is a temporary slowdown right now during this lockdown, we think things in the US will return likely quicker and faster than Canada.
So, Kevin, what is it that has, we saw an exodus of capital, particularly the resource sector, even prior to COVID. What is it in Canadian policy that's really hurting this industry and hurting this industry's ability to grow and create revenue, which frankly our country so desperately needs?
It's complicated, and energy production is complicated. I don't think we're in a world of simply no hydrocarbons. We're in a long-term transition, and what really happened in Canada was that oil sands came on quickly with several large projects coming on quickly at the same time. At the same time, long-term pipeline projects slowed down and several were stopped. So we had this surge in oil sands production combined with anticipated pipelines not going forward and pipelines being delayed. So the combination of restricted takeaway capacity and oil sands surge has really left the conventional oil and gas business in a real squeeze. And the differentials effectively the price we receive in Canada for the oil because of these limited pipelines is so much lower than the US price they'd received in the Permian Basin, but the capital is being attracted to the Permian Basin well before Canada for gas and for oil.
So if we could get that access to market solved, both on conventional oil and on natural gas, do you think the market would return here in Canada?
I think it has much more likelihood of returning. I think the federal government investment in Trans Mountain, while it was important to keep the pipeline moving forward, it was a negative signal for investors. Investors are looking to find commercial reasons to invest in Canada, not looking for government intervention and investment. So don't get me wrong, I certainly appreciate the investment in Trans Mountain, but at the same time, we need to find ways to encourage private direct investment, not private direct exodus of investment.
Is there any one specific policy that you would see for the long term? It sounds to me like access to markets is probably where the restriction is for you to be able to start drilling again and be able to increase production. Would that be fair? That seems to be the biggest single issue.
Well, I'd say it's that, but I'd say there's a second issue which is kind of haunting us. So I know there's a lot of environmental concern about oil sands. Some of it spills into conventional oil and gas production, but I think we need to be viewed in Canada as a friendly place to invest in conventional oil and gas, particularly gas. And I think that having more vision about Canada's role as a global gas supplier can be very helpful. And then with that will come pipelines, export capacity for gas, and export capacity for our conventional oil also.
We will have to end it there. Just sorry, James, we're considerably over. Turning then to Mr. Fragascatas, followed by Ms. Vecchio.
Thank you very much, Chair. To Mr. Shepherd, Alan, thank you very much for the presentation today, and thanks for all your leadership back in London at the university. It's a trying time, and I know a lot is being done right now on the health front, and if there's time, I'm going to ask you about the COVID-19 work that's happening from a research end. But I did want to begin asking you about infrastructure. Infrastructure projects and spending, if not always, at least commonly has been used as a tool of response to economic crises. And as we think about a restart in the economy in the months ahead, I wonder if you could comment on the utility of looking at infrastructure projects and the federal government support for such projects on campuses. Obviously, Western is my interest, and that's your interest. But even across the country, with so many campuses, I think there's utility in this. But I'd love to hear the perspective of a university president.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. On infrastructure, we know that university campuses from coast to coast, all the coasts, need to continue to build their infrastructure over time. You can't just let the place fall apart and run down. So there are going to be moments in the history of Canada when we make extraordinary infrastructure investments, and that's happened very successfully by at least two governments since I've been in Canada, so of different political stripes. So it really is something that unites all Canadians, and the need to keep up the facilities and to make them so that they're competitive on the world stage. We know that we're a huge sector for GDP. So those investments work well. Universities are typically have shovel-ready projects because we're constantly thinking about how we're going to compete. We're trying to compete on the global stage. We're trying to make Canada proud, and we're trying to make Canada competitive. And we know that we have a central role to play in Canada's prosperity. It's not only that we produce the next generation of graduates, but it's also we produce the research, the innovation, the entrepreneurial ideas, projects, products, services that can be sold around the world. So these are always good investments from our perspective, and they do create regional work. They put people back to work, and they're very well done. They're monitored and audited and all of those things. It's a very good and efficient way for Canada to make investments in the future.
Thanks very much. Could you give us an update on some of the research that has been happening on COVID-19 at Western?
I keep thinking there's a Nobel Prize in it for whatever team either figures out the vaccine or the cocktail of drugs that neutralizes the virus, as it may be. And about a year ago, not even quite a year ago, we launched a new level 3 biohazards lab here at the university. And little did we suspect that only 6 months later would it be put to such use as it's being put now in terms of working on the vaccine. So we have teams of researchers who are in the vaccine race for sure. But we also have teams of researchers working on some of the social effects of the pandemic, as we know that the science side is a key piece of it, but there's also the whole social science and humanist side of how you get people back to work. How do you help people cope with isolation or despair or depression or economic damage that's happening right across the country? We're very, very mindful of those issues. And our researchers are the ones who are not on campus, who have been sent home to do their work in their living rooms and their kitchen tables, are chomping at the bit to get back. But we've continued to have the campus open for some of our research that's been directly COVID related.
That's great to hear. With the remaining time, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Bernard from the Friends of Canadian Broadcasting a question. And I sympathize with your perspective, Mr. Bernard, and just to play devil's advocate, and I'm not sure if my friend Pierre Poilievre is in the meeting right now, but he and others have brought up this argument around the free market and free choice, that yes, there is a change in the media landscape. People are turning to Facebook and Google. And that is, at least the argument goes, that is just a natural tendency of things. And you have to recognize that evolution only moves forward. It does not move back. What do you say to an argument like that? Again, I see where you're coming from, but just getting to first principles, I think that's one of the first arguments or counter arguments that comes up when voices such as yours bring arguments like the one that you have raised to the table.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me better under this current arrangement. I would say that I'm in favor of competition, but when one party has to pay employees, editors, lawyers, and printers, has to pay taxes and has to collect sales taxes, and their partners not only are free of all of these encumbrances, but also can then take their product for free and sell it as their own, that market is neither free nor fair nor desirable. And so if we want to talk about competitive practices, we can. And actually, one of the reasons why I'm suggesting that this pay for news policy be adopted, the very conservative government of Australia is the most recent one to suggest this. And the reason I'm suggesting this is because it does not require the government to adjudicate who is and who is not eligible for how much. And so it is perhaps a policy that someone like Mr. Poilievre would find satisfying. Let's remember, people are reading this content on Facebook, which means they like it. And if the producer of content that generates economic value is not compensated, then the market doesn't work properly. That's the first thing you'll learn in most economics classes.
We are going to have to end it there. Madam Vecchio, and then Ms. Kotrakis.
Thank you very much. And I would like to start off with the Chicken Farmers of Canada. Marty Morantz had asked a question about a supply and shortage, if that was a potential concern. So could you just share with the committee, from the time that the chicken is hatched to the time that it is processed, what is the time frame there for the producer?
Good morning. Thank you for, good afternoon, good morning. Thank you for the question. I'm not sure Mr. Fontaine is available for a minute. But typically, there we go. Mr. Chair, do you want to answer the question? I think you're better suited as a farmer than myself.
Go ahead, whichever one, that's fine. Mr. Fontaine?
Oui, merci Michael d'avoir.
Thank you, Michael, for starting that answer. And so when it comes to timelines, we work with numbers. And Michael, I was just ending the meeting, so I will let you finish. I'll let you start and I'll finish. So we'll come back to the second part of the question. Go ahead, Michael.
So typically the birds are, in terms of to make it to market, when they get to the farm is about 35, 36 days by the time they do. So in terms of planning, you're looking at 6 to 8 weeks. It depends on the size of the bird that you want to bring to market.
Yep.
If you want to bring a heavy roaster, you're a little bit more time. The lighter birds, it's shorter than that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I know that was just one of the concerns that when I was speaking to some of our turkey farmers in the area. Have you had any situations where any of the poultry have been sent off for processing and then denied at the actual processors? Has there been any cases like that? I know that was a concern when COVID had started. And I'm sorry about my dog in the background.
So another good question. So in the chicken industry, we have not faced that yet. We did, as the chair Benoit Fontaine did express, there's the risk of depopulation is high. We've seen a few plant closures in Ontario and in BC in particular, where there was a risk of depopulation because of the capacity to process was not there. And in the chicken industry, it's not as if you can hold the birds in your barns for a long period of times. 2 or 3 days later, those birds are out of spec and it becomes an animal welfare issue and they actually need to be euthanized, everything will be processed. And thankfully, farmers in the processing industry were able to work out a process where they were able to alleviate not having to slaughter.
Prior to the COVID pandemic, was there enough processing specifically for chicken and other feathers?
Absolutely. I think the processing capacity in Canada pre-pandemic is adequate. Okay. But obviously, with this pandemic, with the processing plants, with slowing down the lines, probably the slaughter lines, spacing capacity in the plants, and so forth, it creates a slowdown in terms of processing capacity.
Fantastic. We talked a little bit about TPP, but can we look at what the U.S. agreement as well when we're looking at the USMCA and the impact that it's going to have to Canadian producers? Have we seen a cap put on how many chickens are coming in, or has it reached that limit yet? I know that when I spoke to turkey producers also back at the end of April, they were saying that there have been more turkeys imported from the U.S. than previous years, and I was wondering if we're seeing the same in chicken.
Mr. Fontaine or whoever, go ahead.
Oui, alors très bonne question. Alors,
yes, very good question. So with the free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico, as I said earlier, yes, there will be more American chicken in the shops because 69.9 million tariff-free import has been reserved for them. That will be 129.6 million, rather, overall. Foreign chicken will be coming into the country. That's 3,100 jobs lost and a good deal less income for us. So this was correct, what you were told about the turkeys.
So I'm going to switch it over to Western. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming. I'm a proud student of Western as well. And from London in that area. Just a quick question. What are you going to do? Because I recognize you said 15% of those students coming are international students. They know how much they bring to that school, how much they offer. What are their plans for transitioning, especially when we see September, the ability for many of them? Are they able to get back to classes? And when classes are only going at 30% virtually, do you fear that they may not come to Canada? What are some of your concerns?
Oh, thank you for the question. Maybe I misspoke. Our student body is 15%, 15% international.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not 15%.
No, 15%.
And,
15.
And so we've planned a couple things. One is we acknowledge that they may not be able to get here physically until January, and the government is working with all universities around how you might start study permits for them in September in their home countries, keeping in mind that a lot of the embassies and consulates are closed at the moment around the world, so it's very complicated. Yes, we do have some concerns. I think all universities in Canada are worried about this, recognizing that international students are they're big business for Canada. I mean, they bring in about $8 billion a year in GDP. It's a significant amount. So we're also planning we may need to quarantine them when they first arrive. So we have some facilities on campus where we could house people for a couple of weeks, and we'll be urging them to arrive a bit early in Canada so they can get that taken care of before they enter our community to be safe.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. I do want to come back to either Mr. Fontaine or Mr. LaLiberty on one of Karen's questions. On the 129 million birds that'll be coming from the United States, what percentage of the Canadian market will that take up? Will that supply? What percentage of the Canadian market will the U.S. now have? Mr. Fontaine or whoever?
I could answer,
okay,
Mr.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Première chose, c'est que c'est 129 millions.
Okay, 129 million kilograms and not actual fowl. So kilos, fowl, not quite the same thing. Another matter, 62.9 million reserved of 129. So that's about 50% that's reserved for American products. That's about 18.8% of complete Canadian volume. So every time someone eats 1 kilogram of chicken, that's 100.8 grams of that is coming from somewhere else, half of that being from the Americans. So that's a pretty big breach. It certainly hurts the supply and demand, the supply managed system across 10 of the provinces of Canada and affecting rural areas.
It's 18% in total of the market they will have, just so I'm clear.
C'est l'accès total.
Yes, total access is 10.8%. 10.8%.
Market the Americans will hold. All right, thank you. Turning then to Ms. Koutrakis, and then we'll go to Mr. St. Marie. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question will be today to Doctors Without Borders. On your website, there's an article, and it says that your organization mentions that initiatives launched by the United Nations, the G20, and the WHO to improve access to the PPE have fallen flat without a form of regulatory power imposed on individual countries and manufacturers. Can you describe the regulations you are proposing in more depth, and how will they work to ensure the equitable distribution of PPE? Will they have an impact on Canada's production and distribution of PPE?
Thanks for the question. I'll defer to Dr. Nickerson on that one.
Great. Thanks very much for your question. We, like every other medical organization around the world today, is trying to access the same variety of medical supplies and PPE. It's surgical masks, it's N95 masks, it's respirators, it's gowns, it's gloves, it's all of these things. And I think that where we found ourselves collectively in the world today is a realization that this is in fact an entirely unregulated global market. And so the particularities of how we manage our supply chains require us to be able to operate independently in order to be able to react quickly and to be able to get medical supplies into places that frankly are quite logistically difficult. Places like South Sudan, Central African Republic, and so on. And so the precise mechanism that's needed at a global level, I think is still very much to be determined. We are calling for some form of regulation of this market, effectively to ensure that it is not only a small subset of wealthy countries who can afford to pay, who have access to these supplies, but in fact that it is an equitable distribution and allocation to all countries, including those where we work. But we very much are struggling to make sense of these global supply chains that are under incredible amounts of stress, just in the same way that Canada is as well.
Dr. Nickerson, what can the Canadian federal government do to support the regulated global trade of PPE during the pandemic? And is there a role that multinational institutions should be playing in regulating the distributions of PPE as well?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, the Canadian government has taken great steps, I would say, to be able to increase local production of things like masks and gowns and so on. And understandably, that's being done because there is some variety of market failure. I think the important thing to recognize and certainly to avoid is that this descends into sort of a nationalism where every country is only producing the supplies that are needed to meet domestic demand. As Mr. Beliveau mentioned, the pandemic doesn't end here until it ends everywhere. And I think that as the Canadian government looks at increasing the capacity to produce these supplies that are in short demand globally, it's incredibly important that it does so with the view of ensuring that needs are met, certainly at home, but also making sure that needs are being met internationally so that our teams and healthcare professionals around the world are able to access these supplies.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do I have time for one more?
1 minute. Yep.
Okay, great. My question is to Mr. Bernard of Friends of Canadian Broadcasting. I listened with interest your comments and your responses to my colleagues on the Finance Committee. And I'd like to speak a little bit further on Facebook and Google. So what structural changes do you recommend to prevent the domination of Facebook and Google over Canadian journalism specifically?
I think that the establishment of a fair playing field is incredibly important. And so there are a number of measures. Forcing them to pay for the content that they use, I think, is definitely a key measure. It's an easy one that can be enacted right now. Following the lead of Quebec and Saskatchewan and requiring them to collect sales taxes on their products is something simple that can happen right now. Corporate income tax is another matter. A last matter that I would say is Facebook profits by claiming to be a neutral platform. And as a result, they allow all manner of content that is actually illegal to pass through. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of, for example, images of child sexual exploitation every day. And those are just the ones that are reported. There's been extensive documentation of this. And so this is content that their competitors who are in the same business would be shut down for. So I think if we are a country of laws, we should start to apply them. And I think if we found that we did apply them, we would find that Canadian journalism organizations are actually quite efficient in ensuring that the content that gets through is safe and legal. And if Facebook as a competitor in the business were held to the same standard, I think that the marketplace would look quite different.
Okay, we'll turn to Mr. St. Marie, followed by Mr. Julian, 2.5 minutes each, guys. Mr. St. Marie. Or is Mr.
Oui, ça va être moi, monsieur le...
It will be myself.
Ma question va...
My question is for Mr. Fontaine. I would like you to explain to us, about the logistics chains. What's the impact been of closing down restaurants and cruise ships and on your sector? Okay, 40% of our market disappeared overnight, and it really was overnight. So basically, people started buying other products, and a lot of us haven't eaten very few chicken wings in the last month, for example. But if you went to a hockey match or to an outdoor barbecue, you would tend to eat a lot more chicken in that sort of situation. It's the type of food people eat in groups. So wings, for example, just weren't being buyed up for a couple of weeks, or at the outset of the summer when it usually is. So that's a real breach in inventory, and it was so odd. Some parts of the chicken would be eaten, others not. People weren't eating the same way in the same places. Very interesting answer. So there's a lot of uncertainty brought on by COVID-19. There's a lot of financial stress as well that producers were already facing after the PTP agreement was ratified. People in your group, in your sector, lost a large market share, and you even gave us figures, and they've been waiting for a year now for any announcement of governmental programs to reinforce the long-term stability of their businesses. So where's the compensation for the losses that you face because of the trade agreements that Canada has signed? These negotiations have been underway for a year now. We were involved in a working group, and in good faith, the four main farm commodities were involved. Dairy was fast-tracked, I guess you could say. They got their money directly on the farm. Now, in chicken farming, we asked for tax credits and better support for national marketing to promote, chicken from Canada. We got nothing. And then we got COVID. So that's a lot. And then we've got the new NAFTA 2.0. No compensation for that either. So we're just waiting.
Julian, who will be followed by Mr. Polyev, if he's on the line. And after that, Ms. Zerowitz. Peter?
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to continue with Mr. Fontaine on the issue we're discussing. So if I understand correctly, there have been some discussions, but so far, Chicken Farmers of Canada have not received any market support or any compensation. In fact, have received nothing. That's what you're telling us, right? Could you confirm that?
Producteurs de poulet canadiens, les 2877 ont absolument rien reçu. Je peux vraiment le confirmer.
Moi, je trouve ça.
All right. I find that most unreasonable. Now you're stuck with the pandemic, with all the effects and the consequences of the pandemic that you are outlining for us, but also for the breaches in the supply management system. It's hard to understand why you haven't gotten anything on that already. So if the federal government doesn't move at all to compensate you for the breach in the supply management system, no compensation for chicken farmers, and no support through this pandemic, where will this lead us? Where will you be at the end of the pandemic, the coming years? What state will the Chicken Farmers of Canada be in, and in what state will supply management be in for your sector? Well, of course, we've been waiting for over a year now, as I stated, and this may throw some farms into bankruptcy. And there's also Mercosur as well to look forward to. I think Mr. Laliberté is well able to back up what I've just said. Mr. Laliberté?
Michael, you're on mute.
Very good question. We haven't seen the impact yet on farmers for the CPTPP. That being said, we're already in year 3 of that trade agreement, and we expect that when product will come in, it will have a significant impact on our industry because millions of kilograms will be coming in without farmers having received proper investment programs to help farmers alleviate some of these concerns.
Okay, thank you all. Then turning to, is Mr. Polyev on, or does Mr. Cumming or Mr. Morantz want to take his?
I think I'm going to cover it, Wayne.
Go ahead, Mr. Cumming. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak to Mr. Wood. Heard your testimony about the difficulties that small businesses are having, and certainly I've been hearing it in spades, hoping for a little quicker reaction and some of the programs, and do appreciate some of the changes that the government has made. But in your testimony, one of the things that caught my ear was the complete shutdown of industry, particularly small business. And from these kind of crises, you would always think you want to learn something from it. Do you think that there should have been a little bit more focus on a sectoral analysis on what should be shut, what shouldn't be shut? Your point with Walmart being able to operate and a bunch of other small businesses really feel penalized because they've been shut down and they think they could have operated in a safe fashion. Can you comment on that?
Sure. Thank you so much for asking me to do so. I do think, we've looked at different industries. I know that the government's been looking at the airline industry. How do we solve that? But, the problem is that 98%, this huge number of people work for small business. And yes, I think there was no playbook. So, and I appreciate very much how we move forward and how quickly the government has moved forward. However, I think we can't even look at it today and say, should we have done this? We have to look at it and say, we have to continue to do this. So we have to continue looking at it from a sectoral point of view and say which ones are going to suffer the most. And right now, granted, I might be slightly biased, tourism, events, hospitality, restaurants can't open at 50%. It can't happen. They can't open at 75%. It's not going to work. And if your constituents who own these types of businesses will say the same thing. So as it stands right now, we still have to start looking very specifically at industries that are on the verge of absolute collapse.
Mr. Cumming?
So with those industries, what would you say would be the best tactic to try and give them some level of support until they can open in a full fashion? Because I think a lot of them are delaying because they say, I can't operate at 50%, so I'm going to wait until I can operate in a greater fashion, and they won't make it. They won't be here in a year from now.
That's absolutely correct, sir. And they're not going to be here, and many industries are not going to be here a year from now unless we get more support, more subsidies from the government. The loans aren't going to cut it. The Business Development Bank of Canada, the federal government put millions upon millions of dollars through BDC and EDC, all came with personal guarantees. I'm not sure how we're, as business owners, supposed to put ourselves out there even further than we already do on a daily basis. We need to look at industry specifics. We have to come up with some sort of subsidy. And like I said during my opening statement, how long was that $40,000 supposed to last for? That's my question. Some businesses could have used that for 4 months and continued forth. There's a big restaurant here in Ottawa. I know the owner very well. His operating costs are $40,000 a month with no staff. Mine are $50,000 a month with nothing going on. So how much longer are we supposed to be able to do this without proper funding and subsidies?
Okay, we'll have to end it there, James. I'm going to hold us to 4 minutes on this round because we had to start the next round shortly. But just Mr. Wood, on BDC, we have BDC before the committee next week, and you said with personal guarantees, BDC is lending money with personal guarantees. Was that before the liquidity was provided to BDC, or is it happening now as well with the liquidity provided by the federal government?
It's still happening today, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. If you have any information on that, can you send us a note? I think that'd be a question some of our members want to ask BDC when they're before the committee next week. Turning to Ms. Zerowitz. Julie?
Thank you so much. And thanks for all the great presentations. I literally have questions for all of you, but the chair is very stingy with our time. So I have to go very quickly to a couple of you, if that's okay. I'm going to start off with Mr. Béliveau from Doctors Without Borders. A heartfelt thanks to you and your team for the unbelievable work that you are doing around the world, and in particular at this time. My question is, our government provides around $6 billion in support in terms of international aid, but we've in June of 2019 we announced 1.4 billion for women's health and reproductive health services. How is COVID impacting development aid that is currently coming from our country? And it couldn't, maybe not just our country, but around the world. And do we need to make some adjustments? And you only have about 45 seconds and then I have to go to my next round. So just if you could give us a quick response and any advice.
Well, yes, thanks so much for the question and the vote of support as well. I don't think there's an easy, really quick answer to that. I think the quick response is that we, like everybody else who is responding to needs around the world, are having to make really tough choices right now about what are the priorities. And even if you look through the lens of what you just described as the women and child, the feminist approach of the government, we will have to recognize that there are vulnerabilities within vulnerabilities around the world, and that a lot of the countries where MSF, Doctors Without Borders, is working, there are particular layers of vulnerability. And in almost all cases where there's serious medical crises, women and girls are disproportionately affected. So I think, it's one thing that we always keep in mind as we're responding, and support the government of Canada to continue to do that as well.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that we have heard very loud and clear your ask in terms of additional support around COVID, and as well as for us to ensure that our funding for vaccine comes with safeguards to ensure accessibility and affordability for everyone moving forward. So I want to make sure that you know that we've heard that loud and clear. My next question is, maybe I could start with Monsieur Grenier and then go to Mr. Wood, if you both can maybe respond to. When we announced all of our programs initially, and we announced them very quickly, and our intention was to make sure that we were being generous to keep workers at home and safe, to keep workers connected to their employers, to provide enough capital and support for businesses to get through this emergency part of the pandemic. Now we're moving into, the reopening of our economy and our rebuilding. And so what I'd love to hear from both of you, because you're both from industries where largely the rug was pulled from underneath your feet. What is the principle that the government should be considering in supporting businesses right now? Are you saying, you know what, if you've lost 100%, like we're not even coming back this summer at all. And so for any businesses that are like that, the principle that should be is for those types of businesses, we should be providing them with support for about 6 months at 50% of what they earned last year. I don't know what it is, but if you could give us some advice around a principle that you think we should be considering. Monsieur Grenier, if we could start with you.
And fairly concise, if you could.
Oui, merci pour.
Thank you for your question. If we could be supported for all the fixed rates in the next few months in order to survive until the next year, we'll be getting money next in January. As Mr. Shepherd was saying, if we could have financial support for our infrastructure because we're closed, we could use that opportunity to renovate and to update our 60 and 70-year-old installations. So that might be a really good way for us to continue when things reopen in the future.
Thank you very much for the question, and I will be as brief as possible. We appreciate what the government uses generosity, very much so. I look at it from the government has closed our industry, and rightfully so. Please don't get me wrong. I understand why the shutdown happened. And my next round of proposals will be to say, okay, this is what we generated last year for the next 6 months, as you say, or the next year. And this is what we need, either 50% or 75% to absorb our costs. We still have costs moving forward. And the other thing I want to add quickly before I'm cut off is that we do genuinely appreciate what the government has done. We do genuinely appreciate the speed that happened at. However, now we need to relook at what we can do to make it better and to help others along the way by industry. So first of all, thank you so much. And B, we also need to look at these personal guarantees, because the government needs to at least guarantee for us 75% for up to 18 months after the pandemic. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you there. I do have a question to Mr. Naveau. And I guess let me start this way, Mr. Naveau. I find it so I really appreciated your opening remarks, but I find it so troublesome that our innovators, our brain trusts, and the experience I think that we've done ahead in the oil and gas industry has to move south of the 49th parallel to the benefit of a competing nation rather than where we are in Canada. And secondly, it's a debate in Canada between the environment and oil and gas. But I really firmly believe, and I'm thinking this more and more, that both sides are shouting over each other. At the end of the day, both are going to lose, and Canada is going to be the biggest loser. How do you see solving that problem? I mean, our oil and gas industry is under attack, and yes, we have to deal with climate change. But on the positive side, we have a pretty good industry, especially in conventional oil and gas, that has done so many innovative things. But we're like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. How do you have any solutions for us? I guess is what I'm asking you. I really see this as troublesome.
Well, I think it does go back to where the capital is being directed. The industry is capital intensive. Drilling for creating energy, whether it's hydropower, solar power, wind power, or oil and gas, is capital intensive. And the fiscal regimes and the areas that attract the capital most aggressively get that capital, and those industries flourish. So, Alberta's got a strong wind power initiative in southern Alberta because we attract that capital. And I would tell you that I think the confusion between oil sands mining, that segment and the large open pit mines versus conventional oil and gas has really painted the entire industry with a negative outlook. We need to attract capital back. That's the key.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you to all the witnesses who have appeared today. We appreciate both your constructive criticism and your suggestions for where we should be moving and how we should be helping your particular sectors as an industry. And with that, we will suspend for about 3 minutes while we bring on the next panel. Thank you again. Meeting suspended. And witnesses for all this experimentation trying to get connected to a meeting. With that, we will call the meeting to order. So welcome witnesses to panel 2 of meeting number 33 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. We're operating pursuant to the order of reference from the House and meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the information of witnesses, today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available by the House of Commons website. With that, I would like to welcome each and every one of the witnesses who had a bit of a trial run. I would ask if you could try and keep your remarks to opening remarks to 5 minutes or thereabouts. We don't have as many witnesses panel, so we could stretch it to 6 if you want. We'll start with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Catherine Scott, Senior Researcher. Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm unmuted. That's great. It's tremendous. Never done a presentation like this to the Parliamentary Committee. We're on new territory here, as certainly the country's on new uncharted grounds. I thank you again for the invitation. I'm from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. We're a research shop with offices across the country. I'm based in the national office here in Ottawa. And we've been spending a considerable amount of time and resources lately trying to wrap our collective heads around the scope of this public health crisis, which has precipitated, obviously, an economic crisis. And what I'd like to talk to you today about certainly is the impact of the economic crisis, certainly for women and girls in Canada. I think we can be under no illusion that this is having a devastating and profound impact in communities across the country. And my presentation will stress the impact on women and girls. I was able to distribute a few of research slides in advance. I'm not sure whether members of the committee got those, but I just wanted to focus in on a few key messages from our research and analysis of labor force survey in the last couple of months, and what that would suggest for, I would hope, a feminist recovery plan, or when we pivot to start to think long term, and we can take some of that up hopefully in the questions. Certainly, the first and I guess first message I'd like to deliver today is that women are at the forefront of this economic crisis. Over half of all workers, female workers, currently are employed in the 5 C's. That's caring, clerical, catering, cashiering, and cleaning. And these are precisely the types of jobs that are directly involved in containing the pandemic and extending needed support and care to those affected. The chart, I'm not sure, again, whether you have that, but reveals and looks at the disproportionate representation of women in many of these categories. That includes, for instance, 90% of all nurses in Canada are women, 90% of PSWs working in long-term care homes, certainly 2/3 of all those who clean and disinfect our hospitals are women. These are the same women that go home to their families to start the double shift with the worry that they're bringing the virus home with them. Of course, other women work in sectors like food and accommodation, financial services, retail, all of which have been profoundly affected by the government-mandated shutdown of service. And as the chart shows, many of these same occupations are highly have high representation of racialized workers, where whether that's long-term care homes populated by migrant and racialized workers, whether those caregivers, cleaning professions and the like. So when we're thinking about the impact on workers, it's really critically important to understand the diversity and certainly the concentration of racialized workers. And the other piece, the second message I'd like to stress, is that many of these jobs, of course, as we said, are at high risk of exposure to the infection. These are precisely the same jobs that tend to have fewer protections in the form of paid sickness leave or other health benefits. In fact, our research has shown at the CCPA that last year in 2019, only 19% of workers in accommodation and food, for instance, had access to paid leave, and only 30% of the workers in the retail sector. So as I said, these are high-risk jobs, and especially for those that make the least amount of money. So 43% of all workers, according to our research, who earn less than $14 per hour were in high-risk jobs, as compared to only 11% of workers at in the top, the wealthiest workers. And a majority, certainly fully 1/3 of all women workers actually are in these high-risk jobs. So as I said, women are at the forefront of this crisis, both in their care, but also in their paid work, and those who are going into the labor force every day, being exposed to the pandemic. The economic crisis that's unfolding, of course, is rolling out and impacting communities across the country. And women were really significantly hit, certainly with the first labor force survey. We saw that 70% of all job losses in the month of March were experienced by women as retail accommodation and the like shut down. In April, and we're expecting actually the next labor force survey on Friday, but the April numbers showed that there were now 3 million Canadians that were out of work and another 2.5 million that had lost a majority of their hours. And all in, as of April, that represented 32% of all female workers and 29% of male workers. And what's startling about some of these statistics is if these were obviously generationally, we've never seen this kind of precipitous drop at such a short period of time. But what's really startling is that the most shocking was that over half of those earning $14 an hour or less were laid off or lost a majority of their hours, as compared to only 1% of jobs of the richest 10% of workers. This is very much a pandemic and an economic emergency that's impacting the lowest waged among us. And this group is overwhelmingly female and racialized. Well over, in the chart I included in my package, well over half of all women in the lowest earning decile lost their jobs. 58% of all women earning less than $14 an hour lost their jobs for a majority of hours between February and April. With that in mind, the other piece of what's unfolding, of course, is not only the scale of job loss, but it doesn't, the unemployment data don't actually capture the number of people who are actually leaving the labor market altogether. So we now know that there's been an increase in the number of women who are now formally outside the labor market altogether, an increase of 34%. These are women who have left to take care of responsibilities or caring for obligations of people, ill members of their family, to take care of their children with schools and childcare is now enclosed, but have no immediate prospect of return to the labor market. And this is a really important number to keep a watch. We're already seeing the drop of the employment rate. We're seeing a widening of the gap between men and women in this regard. And so the number of women who are being pushed out of the labor market portends a rollback of economic security among women and certainly gender equality for decades to come. And a good piece of this, of course, are the moms with kids under 12. Fully 1/4 of all moms with kids under 12 lost their jobs or a majority of their hours between February and April. And this is critically important. The other 3/4 of them still employed, but are at home with children without the support of childcare, doing 24/7 childcare. And you have to think, what of single parents? So as of April, there were over 200,000 single moms who were still working, God knows, and what kind of support or childcare arrangements, and another 122,000 who were laid off and wondering if they could possibly ever go back to work, as the majority of childcare and schools are closed. And whether they're, as they start, certainly the question is now in front of us, will the women who've been laid off from work be able to go back or increase their hours without childcare? And this really is, and if one thing I can stress to you today, a critical dimension of the recovery there is no recovery without childcare. It simply mathematically does not work. A survey that's being currently fielded by childcare advocates suggests that upwards of only 60% of those centers surveyed were actually planning to reopen. And those that are planning to reopen, of course, will open with fewer spaces in order to accommodate physical distancing. So without childcare, will women be able to go back? And what does that mean by way of setting back the project of gender equality? It will all have devastating impact on household incomes, and we can't fool ourselves. As women withdraw or are unable to go receive that's on average 40% of any household's income. We're going to see a precipitous drop in household spending, and dragging the Canadian economy down with it. So really, the impact and positioning of women in this recession is unique. My colleague Armin Yelnizin has talked about the she session, and we will not have a recovery without a she recovery, and certainly that's an important. I see that my time is up, and I have talked about things that we could do by way of a recovery plan, and perhaps we can take that up in the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Yeah, we'd like to hear about that recovery plan too. Turning then to Donwood Manor Personal Care Home, Nina Lebon, Chief Executive Officer. Ms. Lebon.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a privilege to speak today to the committee. I'm a master's prepared registered nurse by profession and currently the CEO with a faith-based not-for-profit care provider to 460 seniors in Winnipeg. I understand that I was invited to speak on the impact of COVID on women in Canada. As a female CEO leading a predominantly female workforce in one of the highest risk healthcare environments during COVID, it's my privilege to share with you my experiences during this pandemic and the disproportionate impact it has had on women working in long-term care specifically. Long-term care is indeed dominated by women, as was already mentioned. In my home, 96% of my staff are female, and across Canada, over 90% of the sector is represented by women. Before I can tell you how women in this sector have been impacted by COVID, I'd like to paint a picture of the challenges women faced prior to the pandemic. My staff work day, evening, night, and every other weekend. They are more often than not carrying the primary responsibilities of their households. Given the nature of the sector, they typically juggle more than one part-time position, equaling more than one full-time job. They are often members of minority groups, sometimes recent immigrants, and most have very limited opportunities to save for a rainy day. The majority of these absolutely courageous women are also care providers in unregulated roles with minimal education to effectively prepare them for the complexities of caregiving and long-term care. Added to these stressors, women working in long-term care have chosen a tough road with inadequate respect for the work they do and the seniors in their care. Let me take a moment to share what tough looks like. Tough is giving someone a bath in an 18-year-old tub, 8 years older than its expected usefulness. Tough is providing care on hot summer days when the 40-year-old air conditioning doesn't work reliably, but there's no funding to replace it. Tough is moving an elderly resident into a shared room to spend their final days with a complete stranger. Tough is trying to be innovative in care while trying still to secure funding for basic Wi-Fi. My staff and leadership team continue to personally offset the costs that are not recognized by the existing system of care. Our supporting community and staff have been propping up the system to prevent it from failing with sheer force of will. To give some concrete examples, staff regularly donate their own money to support fundraisers for equipment and programs. Staff work extra time, essentially volunteering because the care needs are great. Leaders are on call 24/7 without compensation to be accessible and supportive to direct care staff. And our supporting community members provide 100% of the salary for full-time spiritual care, an integral part of holistic healthcare to seniors that receives no funding. I would say that COVID has pushed this remarkable women-led workforce in long-term care to a breaking point. It is harming their families, their finances, and their health. My staff, who are moms, now stand in long lines to pick up groceries. They prepare meals, coordinate family schedules, and now are homeschooling their school-aged kids. Financially, some of these women have lost income and are unable to find suitable childcare for people working shift work. From a health and safety perspective, these women are also at a higher risk of COVID exposure by merely working in long-term care, where we know the majority of deaths in Canada have occurred. And very tragically, some women are experiencing an escalation in domestic violence. COVID has had a multiplier effect on the underlying challenges in my sector, which we know disproportionately impacts women. If the Government of Canada wants to demonstrate its dedication to improving the lives of Canadian women and Canadian senior women, many of whom end in care, it needs to start by addressing the foundational challenges in long-term care and the devastation that this pandemic has illuminated. Long-term care can no longer rely on the heroics of the informal support and funding provided by the primarily female caregivers, leaders, and volunteers. In closing, let me say that caregiving is honorable work, but we no longer have the option of cobbling together a system of seniors care that undervalues the contributions of women and fails to respond to the actual needs required for operating and capital investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LeBun. Turning then to the London Abused Women's Centre, Megan Walker, Executive Director. Ms. Walker.
Good evening, everyone. It's really nice to be with you this evening. The London Abused Women's Centre is a feminist agency that takes systemic action to end the oppression of women and girls while providing immediate access to service to women and girls across this country who are over the age of 12, who are abused by their partners, trafficked, and or sexually exploited. Last year, the agency served 8,137 women and girls. The critical gap that we see in the government's COVID response is the lack of a feminist analysis. The response does not reflect the fundamental power differentials between women and men in any of the measures taken to address COVID. A feminist analysis is essential to the government's response to this life-threatening virus that disproportionately impacts women, and in particular, Indigenous women and girls. The $50 million measure to help manage or prevent outbreaks in sexual assault centers and shelters, including Indigenous communities, is woefully inadequate. According to my Liberal MP's office, this federal envelope excludes at least 600 agencies across Canada, including the London Abused Women's Centre. During this pandemic, when women are isolated in their homes with their abusers and their children are exposed to violence regularly, no funding is provided in the COVID response to allow women to have immediate access to potentially life-saving services. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit excludes eligibility for Canada's most vulnerable women and girls, those being trafficked and those trying to leave their abusers. Trafficked and sexually exploited women and girls require funding to leave their traffickers. Funding that allows them to move back to their homes in other provinces and cities across this country, to re-enter a school system, to attend job training, to attend substance use services, find housing, and even to eat. Trafficking and sexual exploitation is not a job. It is male violence against women. These women are not provided with T4 slips by their traffickers. They have no record of ever receiving money because actually they rarely do. It is their traffickers that keep their money. Sometimes these girls experience paid rape for up to 20 times a day to satisfy their trafficker's quota. Leaving a trafficker is extremely dangerous and difficult. This is especially the case during COVID. But the chances of them being able to leave and be free are much better with comprehensive supports and funding allowing victims to live in freedom. And what of those women trapped in their homes with their abusers? Many have no work experience because many of those women are trapped in their homes with or without COVID, unable to do anything without their abusive partner's permission. There is no COVID funding available for women to help them leave their abusers in this plan. And while women abused by their partners and or trafficked and exploited women will have no government funds, unfortunately, their abusers do. Business owners in the sex trade, also known as traffickers or organized crime, are permitted access to an interest-free loan with up to 25% of it forgiven if it's repaid before December 2020. So while victims of trafficking are being raped every day, their trafficker will be taken care of through the Canadian Emergency Business Account. We have serious concerns about the government's betrayal of Canadian women and girls. COVID has made their lives so much more dangerous. And notwithstanding an announced $75 million to address sex trafficking, the government of Canada has discontinued its funding to at least 11 agencies in Canada, all working to give freedom and hope to trafficked and sexually exploited women and girls. Instead, according to the Ministers of Wage and Justice, the government has decided that a third year in a row of consultation on the issue is necessary. 3 years of consultation is unnecessary. We know the problems and we have the solutions. Consulting around the country during COVID is costly and a waste of time. The approximate cost to keep 11 agencies across this country open is $1.5 million per year. Refusing to fund these organizations until after further consultation is not based on a feminist analysis, and it is not based on logic. It's harmful and life-threatening to women and girls in need of services. That keeps my team up all night, and it should keep all of you up all night as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. And we'll go to CEO, Vicki Saunders, founder. Ms. Saunders.
Hi, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And wow, that was very powerful. Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. I'm going to just go back, started a little bit of a couple of months ago, March 9th and 10th. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. I'm absolutely unemployable by anyone. It's a wonder that I'm actually on a call with government at the moment, but here I am. I have a phrase that I've been saying for a long time: everything's broken. What a great time to be alive. This is sort of the entrepreneurial spirit. And unfortunately, we're experiencing that in such a wave right now. March 9th and 10th, we had a big global summit in Toronto with SheEO to celebrate that 2,500 Canadian women over the last 5 years had come together and contributed $1,100 each year for the past 5 years to fund women-led businesses who are working on what we call the world's to-do list. That's the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. All of their businesses are focused on these. We loan out money that has been gifted by Canadian women at 0% interest, and entrepreneurs pay those loans back over 5 years. Not only do these entrepreneurs get about $100,000 each in this loan, but they get access to all of us, thousands of connected women who are well-resourced, and we bring our networks and our expertise and our buying power as customers and our influence to help them grow their business. This extremely rich ecosystem of support has all of our ventures outperforming their peers significantly in terms of revenue and export and social impact. And most importantly, perhaps, the creation of socially and environmentally sustainable jobs. After 5 years in operation in Canada, we announced at our global summit, where the Prime Minister was actually in attendance, the last big event before the pandemic, that we'd reached a perpetual fund status in Canada. These 5-year loans are paid back. We have a 100% payback rate. So if no one ever signed up again to contribute this capital, we will continue to fund female entrepreneurs in Canada forever with this revolving loan fund. It's a completely different way of keeping capital in flow. We've taken this model to 5 different countries, and our goal is to have 1 million women and $1 billion fund that will fund 10,000 female entrepreneurs every year forever and leave it as a legacy. The reason we do this is because only 4% of venture capital goes to women entrepreneurs. It has been like this for decades globally. It hasn't changed at all, despite the fact that we create business case after business case, research after research, showing the impact that women-led businesses have on the economy, how strongly they perform. There's just so many biases built into the system. So 51% of the population gets 4% of the capital. It's statistically impossible for that to happen without massive biases being built into these systems. And we know most of the structures and systems that we're living in were not designed by us or for us. So add on top of that, the pandemic. It's interesting because I've been struggling with these systemic barriers for many, many, many years. And I'm really a student of systems change, behavior change, and been trying to redesign. If we were starting over again, how would we redesign the system? And SheEO is my response to that. And so here's what's happening in our community, which is quite unbelievable. On March 16th, we gathered the 68 ventures we funded together to do a very quick triage to see what was happening. Are you red, yellow, or green? At risk to your business based on what's going on. One of our ventures had lost 95% of her revenue by noon on that first day. She actually has a really innovative social hiring model where she hires people at risk of homelessness to do laundry for restaurants, and all the restaurants were shut down in Calgary. So she got on this call extremely upset, wondering how she was going to lay off these people who were already at risk of homelessness. And as she struggled, I'm a crier, everything's fine, just this is normal for me. One of the things that she brought this to us and said, what can I do? And one of the ventures in our community said, what do you need to keep people employed for the next month while we figure this out and get you to pivot? And she said her amount. And they said, consider it in your bank account by the end of this call. And that was the beginning of the bar just being raised in our community. Instead of helping people figure out how to lay people off, how to go get government grants, how to go bankrupt, we set a bar in our community that we would not lose any jobs and that none of our businesses would go down. We have this incredible community of people to support each other, and we've built relationships very strongly over the last 5 years to make that happen. So this is really, we're demonstrating an example of what's possible when you redesign an ecosystem in support beyond just the money. Here's your money, off you go, but the money and the kindness, and we call this radical generosity, to support one another. Women are massively undercapitalized to start, and we've been hit quite hard by this pandemic. We have less runway, less support, and honestly, just to say what another person has already said today, the one significant barrier that is really not hard to solve that would make a fundamental difference is childcare. We currently have a wage subsidy for businesses that can't be used for childcare. So we have an agricultural innovator in our community who can get 75% of his salary covered if she hires someone new to go out and do the work, but she wants to do the work. She doesn't want to hire somebody to go do that work. She wants to use part of these grants in order to pay for childcare. The fact that we're still talking about this makes me so crazy. Childcare is literally the simplest policy intervention we could have that will have the biggest impact on the economy. We made up the system. Women weren't sitting at the table when we designed this. We're here now. Let's just change this. If one thing came out of COVID and it was this, that would be huge. The other big thing I would say is that COVID is really giving us a chance to reboot what we value, to witness before our eyes every day the biases that we've built into our systems and the impact that we have by valuing jobs and growth over humans and development. We need to rethink what we value, what matters to us, and build a society that works for all. Coming out of this pandemic, I really hope that we're only putting taxpayer money to work for the benefit of all. The investments that we're currently making in AI, in our tech solutionism obsession, is gap widening. It's creating more inequality in this country. And we don't seem to have any mitigating investment strategies around that. We have a very narrow definition of innovation. We have a very narrow definition of what is success, go big or go home. But we're in 98% of our economy is small and medium-sized business. There's only 1,200 companies in this entire country that have more than 500 employees, 1,200, and half of them are foreign offices. And I wonder, who are the people that you're regularly in conversation with when you're making these policies? We would like it to be more small business, because this is really a huge opportunity for all of us to rethink what we've got. Finally, I'd just like to say that at SHEEO, we really value diversity. We fund cis and trans women, non-binary, gender fluid, non-conforming people from all cultural backgrounds. We're in deep relationship with Indigenous community. We do calls every Sunday with 140 Indigenous women entrepreneurs, getting them connected into our community, making sure that they thrive so they can bring the whole next generation with them. We're building a new economic model based on radical generosity, on inclusion, centered on the critical priorities of our time that benefit all. We're honored to be part of this committee. I really look forward to the rest of the conversation. And I do just want to take a moment to thank you all very much. I know you have absolutely thankless jobs of service. I really appreciate the probably many sleepless nights that you have been having trying to figure this out in this unprecedented time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saunders. I can't help but make this point. We're a long time getting there in childcare. I was a firm leader in the 80s, and I remember in 1988 fighting with the federal government at the time for rural childcare, which is very different than urban, and we're still not exactly there yet. So before I turn to the last witnesses, I'll lay out the questioning order for the first round of questions. We'll start with Ms. Vecchio, then Ms. Zerwitz, Mr. Brunel de Sepp, and Ms. Matheson. So that's the starting order for questions, and we'll turn to, and I won't pronounce this right, Ms. Kamaters with the Shield of Athena Family Services. Go ahead. Your mute is on, Ms. Kamaters. There you go.
Thank you. So you pronounced it reasonably well. Mon nom est Melpa Kamateros.
I am Melma Kapinaros. I want to say good afternoon to the members of the Finance Committee and fellow guests. It's an honor to be able to present you with some insights regarding the needs of women victims of conjugal violence during this period of COVID.
I wonder if I could get you just to stop for a moment, Ms. Canaris. Can you, we might have to get the technicians to look into this, but if you look at the bottom of your Zoom, you will see a language circle there. There's participants, and right to the right of it is a language symbol. If you touch that, it should say English or French, and you should be on the language you're speaking. So if you're speaking French, you should have that in French. Just try it at the bottom.
Well, I'll be alternating between the French. So I see for the purposes of this presentation, I will keep it in English. This is fine.
No, but you can speak in whatever language you want, but just as long as when you speak French, you had to use the French symbol, and if you speak English, you had to use it's a real difficult problem for the translators. What happens when you're not on the same language you're speaking? We hear the translator at the same level we hear you, and we can't. It's hard to determine. So whatever you want to do, go ahead.
So, okay, I've to make it simpler, I've gone to the English, and I'm very happy to have the presence of my colleague from London regarding the issues of conjugal violence and how COVID has affected the women. The Shield of FINA has been established from 1991, and we have a network of services that includes 2-day centers, also an emergency shelter, and we are planning a second step resource. So we have more or less an integrated system regarding services for women and their children. I just want to say that we do work with vulnerable clienteles, and presently we give outreach and services in up to 17 languages. So we see a lot of people that are in vulnerable situations, particularly women from immigrant communities, particularly women who present with severe linguistic barriers. So forced confinement and quarantine during the pandemic may compound the issue, increase the dangers and consequences for women victims of conjugal violence. First of all, they can't access the phone in order to call for services. They can't access information. They can't access anybody to help them make a protection scenario for them and their children. The pandemic limits their actions and isolates them even more. And in the case of doubly vulnerable clientele, such as the ones that we work with, women who present with severe linguistic barriers, women who do not know the system that we live in, women who do not know their rights and the laws, women who have many children or who have children with specific needs, for example, autism, women who live in remote areas where there are few services, they are also put in danger as their potential of accessing information and resources is even more limited. And I'd like to say that within this COVID pandemic, for us, a key factor and something of major importance was the fact that women who didn't speak the language would have a problem accessing services. Furthermore, this was compounded by the difficulty that women had in getting into shelters in Quebec. I don't know the solutions that were used in other provinces, but in Quebec, we quarantined women before we transferred them to the shelter system. So that was another 14 days. That was an added step for the women before they were filtered through to the shelters. And I have to say that a lot of them left the quarantine, and a lot of them did go back to their abusive relationships. But a factor that cross-cuts, I would say, the situation of women who are also victims of conjugal violence, who are doubly vulnerable, such as immigrant women, is the fact that there's a lot of economic dependency. Many women who have worked have had their money taken away from them, or many women who have been isolated have never been allowed to work, making them totally dependent on their abuser. And this is a point that was brought out before, and we have seen this point. And this is something that occurs even more now during the pandemic. And our job as workers is to make sure that these women are financially autonomous or financially independent. And when I hear the other presenters speaking about, trying to provide job opportunities. And I mean, the women that we're working with, a lot of them can't even speak their language well. And trying to access employability programs or trying to get into the system under the best of circumstances is very difficult for them. So within the context of a pandemic, you can imagine what the situation is. Many are put on welfare. The first thing that that the social workers do is to put the women on welfare once they get into the shelter. But how far does $600 go? You can say that there are child benefits, but in the case of abusive relationships and women that don't understand, that can't speak and can't understand the issues, the child benefits may not be given to them. They might have to sign over their child benefits if there's a joint account. And in the cases where the abusive partner has total custody, then he's the one that gets the benefits. So in order to rectify this horrible financial dependency that exists for women normally who are victims of conjugal violence, for all of the aforementioned reasons that I said, what is it that we can do? And I think that what has to happen is that there has to be a sort of a financial stipend, an allocation that goes specifically to women who are victims of conjugal violence. Somebody mentioned earlier the issues surrounding single moms. Well, let me tell you, children are poor, but if their mom who's a single mom is poor, then they are very, very much poor. We have to bolster the women. If the women are also victims of conjugal violence, then they need this stipend, this allocation even more. And I just want to say a final point in that underlying issues that were important before for victims of conjugal violence, such as the lack of social housing, they're even worse now. Never mind the second step resources. There's so few of those in Quebec that there are thousands of women that go in and out of the shelter system, and there's maybe 19 second step resources. Never mind those. What about social housing? We have women clients who are waiting for up to 4 years in order to access social housing. There are dire consequences for women during this period of a pandemic. And we feel that we have to have a specific allocation, a specific pension, a specific fund that goes directly to women who are victims of conjugal violence, be they single or be they single moms with their children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and certainly thank you to all the witnesses for your presentations. We'll start with a 6-minute round, starting with Ms. Vecchio, and then on to Ms. Zerowitz. Karen, you'll get the floor.
Perfect, and thank you very much, Wayne. I'm just moving over. I would like to really start with Chico. If you look at the business model that you have and you're talking about that, one thing I've noticed, specifically speaking to many of the businesses in my community, living in Elgin, Middlesex, London, they were not eligible for many of these business supports that were coming out from the federal government, including the Canadian Emergency Business, like the business accounts, the wage subsidies. Did you find that, or those conversations that you had with some of the women's organizations, have you found the same thing to exist?
Yes, it's SheEO.
Thank you. Sorry.
CEO, SheEO. So yes, this has been a real challenge. A number of I understand it's really hard to be sitting there and go, okay, what should the rules be? And try and make this up that works for everybody. So I appreciate the challenge around this, but a lot of our ventures were not eligible. There was this tiny window of, your revenue had to go down by X in a certain period of time. And if it did, then you could benefit from some of this funding. So that was a major challenge for a lot of them. Some of the businesses that are actually growing, but could be hiring more, couldn't actually get some of the supports that were there. So that was an issue, but the bigger issue is really the rent abatements and the challenges around rent that didn't flow through from the federal government intention and desired outcome through to the provinces. And so this is where we're going to see a massive ripple effect. I think we're going to see at least 50% of our small businesses go down and not be able to come back because of that.
Unfortunately, I totally agree with you. And that's something that it's great to see everybody on the Finance Committee today. But the one thing I'm hearing is the delivery of that money. How can we get it directly to the tenant? I've heard from many businesses. So thank you very much. I'm going to move over to Megan Walker, of course. Megan, I know the work that you have done. Specifically, I want to look at the COVID-19 response and the shelter money that was given out. And Miss Camateros, maybe you can answer on this as well. I recognize when the money came out, the $50 million that had come out, your agency was one of the agencies that did not receive any of the money for shelters, although you have been providing shelter space. Can you provide me a reason why you would not have been eligible and share with us some information on what you have been dealing with during this pandemic? You have to unmute. Yeah.
Indeed. Sorry. It's a great question, and I wish I had an answer for you because we've been trying to get this information for many months. We are not a shelter. We provide emergency access to women and girls who need long-term counseling support and advocacy. But during COVID, because there was no shelter space and we have a great relationship with our police service in London, we knew that if police were responding to a 911 call and a woman needed to leave right that minute, that officer needed a place to take her. And so we negotiated in the City of London with various facilities so that women could be taken with their children immediately to a safe place where they could stay until we could find them an alternative space, and they received ongoing counseling and support. That is not funded by the government and is not seen as providing shelter space. With respect to sexual assault, of course, we provide many women with services to assist with being sexually assaulted. We do not have sexual assault in our name, and I don't think the government understands enough about the work that we do to understand the relationship between sexual assault and trafficking, for instance, and childhood sexual assault and the women that come to us, and also the overlap between all of the areas of, male violence against women by the abuser at home sexually assaulting her or her children, being sexually assaulted by a stranger or in a dating situation. So I have no understanding as to why we didn't receive any money. Originally, we thought, well, we're sort of standalone. We're probably one of the only agencies that provides the level of advocacy that we do. But then I later found out from Peter's office that in their research, they determined that at least 600 other agencies also did not receive the funding.
And thank you very much for that, because I was speaking to in a sexual assault center out of Vancouver where another 500 that are within that network also did not receive funding. Ms. Camateros, were you able to receive any funding from the federal government for shelters or anything to support you that way?
Well, I have to say, and I just referred to my colleague, Ms. Walker, okay, this is the confusion that exists currently at the governmental level. You see, we have a network of services that includes 2 centers and a shelter. Our shelter got the emergency funding. Our centers did not. So this is I would say an old question that relates to what kind of services can be effective for victims of violence. We deal with different clienteles at the shelter. We deal with different clienteles at the centers. And both services are extremely necessary, and they target different populations. Absolutely. For example, at the shelters, women in crisis, it's mostly women in crisis. And at the centers, it's women referred mostly from the social services. For example, last year, 71% of our clients at the centers were direct referrals. And this precisely because of the language factors, we have the intervention in many languages. Perfect. So, but that's the issue there. That is the issue there. And if I can just say, although the shelter did get the money, people should rethink the types of services that are beneficial for women who are victims and perceive them as integrated. Yes, thank you.
Last question, Karen.
Oh, wonderful. Great. Human trafficking. I'm going to focus on the human trafficking and then back to Ms. Walker on this. Specifically, we know that the money that we're expecting that was going to be rolling out. What do you see as the next steps to make sure that we can make these efforts so that the federal government, I do know that all members of Parliament in London are listening. I do know that we are all in this because we recognize the great work that you do. But how can we continue to push on your efforts for what you do for human trafficking and for all of the organizations across Canada? How can we get this message to the government that the money needs to come out now?
So I appreciate all of the MPs in London who have worked collaboratively towards a solution. And London, we're very grateful because we have a very supportive and generous community that so far has provided us with 3 months of payment for service to this very marginalized and vulnerable population. I think basically there are people in positions of power that don't understand this issue, that don't understand that it could be any one of these panelists, including the MPs, that could lose a daughter into the horrific world of sex trafficking. Once those daughters are lost and gone, they fly in from all over Canada to London to try to help us, to ask us to help them find their daughters. Can you imagine? They're looking at videos of their daughters on advertising sites to determine if their daughters are alive or dead. That's the reality. And what we know is that this is not a single city issue, that the women that come to the London Abused Women's Centre later go to services in Nova Scotia, they're in Edmonton, they're in Montreal. What we need is to make sure that every single woman in this situation has access to service. There is no wrong door. But right now, the doors are slammed shut by the government. We can't even get them to find the right door.
We will have to end it there. We are very substantially over. Turning to Ms. Zerowitz, who will be followed by Mr. Bernal Desep. Go ahead, Julie.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say what an unbelievable panel we have here today. I really want to thank you for your respective leadership and for your unbelievably hard work. And I really appreciate you being here today. I'd like to get to 3 different questioners, and I don't have a lot of time. I'm going to start with Ms. Scott at the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and move into a question around childcare. You've talked, and I think all of you have talked a lot about the impact of COVID on women. I think you've talked that the vast majority of those on our front lines and essential workers are women. And I think you know this, Ms. Scott, that, in 2006, 2005, 2006, the Liberal government of the day had signed a number of bilateral agreements with provinces. We tried to bring in a national childcare program at the time. The NDP unfortunately didn't support our minority government at that time, and so we fell and we ended up with a Conservative government that did not follow through on that national childcare program. We are where we are here today, and I can assure you there's not one female MP in office right now that doesn't want to move immediately to national childcare plan. What is the model that you're proposing? Part of the big issue is, or one of the big issues is just the delivery mechanism. Is that it has to be delivered through the provinces because healthcare is in their well, not healthcare, but the education and the daycare buckets is in their bucket. So, what would be the model that you'd be proposing moving forward?
Thank you very much for your question. Childcare, as I said, it's critical to recovery. Any recovery, it's necessary. Simply, women will not be able to go back to the labor force. The childcare sector has been mobilizing in different provinces, putting together plans not only provincially but federally. Certainly, the current ask of the federal government, as I understand it, is that they're calling on the federal government to contribute up to 75% of the full operating costs of licensed childcare, conditional on provinces covering the remaining 25%. The concern now is that monies are needed immediately to stabilize the supply of childcare, that many of these municipal, nonprofit, private sector centers are, obviously have lost parent fees over the last number of months, that they are in financially precarious situations. Many will not be able to reopen, as the statistic I alluded to. So they need an immediate infusion of cash to sustain and their sustain their businesses and attachment, and also to prepare for what will becoming, which is, of course, modifying their models of practice to accommodate what it will, I think realistically, we're looking at a year, 2 years of, new methods of delivering social supports, community supports, which require physical distancing, and how are childcare centers, many not like who don't have access to those types of resources, going to do that. So certainly the childcare community is looking for the federal government to step up to as in a leadership role. Historically, have delivered money for childcare through ECE monies back in the early 2000s. You referred to that. Under the Chrétien government, there were transfers designated to that. Concern, obviously, about how you target that and supply in particular. We're not looking for more money for parent subsidies. The question really critically is supply, and to stabilize supply, those centers need those resources to expand. I think it's really important to attach requirements around what it will mean by staffing ratios, quality of care. This is the opportunity to lay the foundation for a pan-Canadian responsive childcare for all model that we're going to require.
Thank you so much. So I hear the 75-25 model and then sort of national standards. Okay, thank you. My next question is to Ms. Saunders. Hi, Vicki. Really nice to see you, and thanks so much for being here. I'm just going to head right to the question around rents, just because that's disturbing. And I think the model that we've taken on is we've tried to implement as quickly as we could our programs and then make adjustments as we go along. Is it that landlords are just they're not interested in providing support, or is it that it's too difficult for them to actually apply? And do you have sort of a remedy that you may want to suggest? And then I have one more question before I get to my last question.
Yeah, so I think that there's a mix. Again, like everything else, there isn't like one thing that's happening, like X, all landlords are doing X or all landlords are doing Y. I think there's, in general, a lot of landlords are just not applying for it. And using it for various different reasons. They already are getting a benefit. I mean, we have the same issue with our own landlord. They're not giving us any abatement whatsoever, despite the fact that they don't have to pay their taxes right now, and they're getting a 25% cut.
What's the solution?
So, I mean, again, I think if this could have gone directly to individuals, I think it would have been easier. So if instead of having to go through the landlord piece.
And then just if you have, as we're moving into the rebuilding phase, you had mentioned 51% of the population get 4% of the VC funding. What can our federal government do moving forward? You know that we've already put in $2 billion for the women entrepreneurship strategy. What more do you think we need to do to be able to continue to help women entrepreneurs get far more than the 4% that they get right now?
Yeah, I think the big challenge with this is that we have a very narrow definition of what is innovation. And it focuses very much on tech and go big. And there are tons of other kinds of innovation out there. There's all kinds of social innovation that isn't captured within this element. And BDC has crazy rules, this personalized collateral, high interest rates, and most of the money has gone through. I understand it's hard. You have to put your money through institutions who can push it out. And you need someone to do that. But the rules of engagement are not good enough for women entrepreneurs in general. And it's partly because of our definitions around innovation and what we're supporting and what we call innovation in Canada.
So that's helpful.
I'll give you one quick question.
Thank
Jody.
you. And it's to Ms. Labin. Thank you for your very passionate presentation. My question to you is, there was a negotiated top-up between the federal government and the provinces. Was that helpful in any way to the workers within your home?
Yes, thank you for asking about that. The province of Manitoba actually just announced today the rollout of that financial top-up. So I do think that will be very helpful for the direct care staff. Some of the parameters are obviously exclusionary. It's income tested, but hopefully that is something that my staff certainly are waiting for and looking for.
Thank you all. Mr. Brunel Duceppe, followed by Ms. Matheson. It's going to be Mr. St. Marie. Go ahead, Gabriel, you're on.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. First of all, ladies, I want to thank all of you for your presentations. This is certainly one of the most poignant, most touching panels that I have listened to since we've begun sitting to discuss COVID. My first questions are for Ms. Camateros. With respect to conjugal violence, can you tell us a little bit more about what you have witnessed out in the field, and how do you send out the signals that are necessary? Do you think that there is conjugal violence that occurs but is not declared?
Canadian statistics, only 30% of the cases of conjugal violence are declared. The underlying majority of 70% of the cases are never. And this is because of many reasons, of the shame, the secrecy, the silence, and the fear that still surrounds this topic, even today in the 21st century. And with women who cannot speak the language, because I always revert to that, because for this clientele, they are called doubly vulnerable clienteles. You see, if I speak English and you speak French, and somebody else speaks Swahili or Burundi or another language, then there's no equality of access. There's no choice of action. And here in Canada, unfortunately, in the 21st century, there are women, victims of conjugal violence, who still do not have that equality, the choice of action that either myself or somebody else might have because we speak English or French. And this is what I've seen on the field. And we presume also that because we have such wonderful services in Quebec and in Canada, I mean, we've presented many, many times internationally on the services we have here at home, because we have such wonderful services that it means immediate access, and it doesn't. There is a large sector of the population that does not know and cannot access. And there is this inequality. This is what I've seen in the field.
Je vous remercie. Thank you very much. Now you were talking about the lack of housing for women that have suffered violence, the lack of shelters, the lack of housing in general. There is social housing, and there is a certain amount that is set out for coming years, but unfortunately the agreement between Ottawa and Quebec has to be looked at again. The housing under COVID, it has made things even worse. The crisis is worse. And so we have to look at housing and special needs under COVID that my colleague, the member for Shefford, has suggested that since hotels are presently being underused, why could those rooms not be used as emergency shelter for women who have suffered physical violence? What do you think?
Well, as I've said, the underlying issues prior to COVID are still there. And one of these issues, the pressing issues, is social housing. When you speak of housing, and we do have, in Quebec now, they have established what we call ressources alternatives, okay, alternative housing, which are some rooms in hotels. But a key problem to having the rooms is that you don't have the services. And a key issue also that's associated with the social housing is that if you give the money to increase the social housing, the shelters, to increase space in shelters, our shelter was working at 105% occupancy rate last year, along with others. If you give the money to increase the size of the shelter, you have to also give the money to provide the necessary services. And a key problem in the hotels that they have in Quebec, that they've set up in Quebec, is the lack of services. For example, if a woman is referred to the hotel and stays in quarantine, she has to stay there for 14 days. It's too long a time. If there's nobody to speak to her, she leaves. And half of those people that went there left, actually. So it's an issue. And overall, I would say that funding is the issue, funding for the social housing, and funding also for the services.
Thank you very much. That's very instructive. So what could the federal government do to support you, to help you out, to help you reduce the level of conjugal violence? You've talked about funding. You've talked about the need for more housing. But should there not be some sort of allocation that would be earmarked directly for conjugal violence? Can you elaborate on this?
Said in my presentation, we believe that it's not enough to only give. I mean, it's lacking. The funding for the social housing and for the services is lacking. It came now within a pandemic, so we're scrambling to make things happen. What we really need, though, also is more funding for the victim themselves. The situation of being in conjugal violence is an emergency situation. It is a situation that affects the well-being, the human rights, the civil rights of a person who is living in Canada. And women, according to our experience, that are financially dependent and who come into our services with nothing, they need financing in order to be able to provide services for themselves and to be able to support their children. So we believe strongly that the federal government should provide some sort of allowance or financial contribution to victims themselves because they need this. They need this. According to any of the experience that any of the 100 and so shelters in Quebec have, and I think all over Canada, I think that they would all say the same thing. Please give financial support to all victims of conjugal violence.
Okay, thank you.
Wayne, juste vous informer.
I just want to say that perhaps I will speaking for the bloc on the second round as well.
Good, thanks, Gabriel. Turning to Ms. Matheson, who will be followed by Ms. Harder rather. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you all for joining us today, sharing what you've presented. It's really clear that this pandemic has certainly been having long-term gendered impacts, and everything that you are doing within that sector to help women, your sectors is so crucial. Ms. Scott, from the numbers that you showed us today, we see that many women, obviously they work in those low-wage, precarious jobs. They don't have the benefits that people with higher paying jobs have. They don't have the sick leave benefits. And you mentioned the universal paid sick leave. So as a New Democrat, I'm really happy to hear that. So how would you recommend putting in place that paid sick leave to best benefit women? And has your organization gone through research, looked at how that could be best implemented in Canada?
Oh, sorry, I'm having trouble on unmuting. Thanks so much for that question. No, the whole issue of paid sick leave obviously has risen to the top of considerations. We're looking at different models now about how you would implement that. Certainly that's been an issue on our radar. My colleagues in British Columbia are looking at different models. I know certainly also in Ontario. We don't have a particular model that we would be proposing now. It remains a critical problem, and Canada actually comparatively is really quite fallen behind in terms of the amount of paid leave typically that's available to Canadian workers. I mean, the issue here, of course, is that such large numbers of workers don't have access either. You might have access to the EI system, but many workers actually don't qualify for EI, estimated that only 40% of workers do. So the sickness leave there isn't widely available, and labor and employment legislation or regulations at the provincial level don't provide necessary leave as well, particularly for precarious, marginalized, or migrant workers, which is another critical group of workers who are hugely vulnerable right now and are being felled by the illness. Yes, we're looking at different models, and hopefully that will be one of the lasting impacts of the model. Like, we have to revisit all of our income security support systems. This has graphically revealed the gaps and the failure of our social security system safety net to protect, upwards of a third of our workforce that are engaged in part-time, precarious, temporary contract work. And I think that's really something we have to pay attention to going forward as we start to track the polarization between workers, those of us that can stay home and do our work and enjoy that privilege versus the many, many, many workers in Canada that simply cannot do that. That has to be a piece of what we're doing, is reforming labor legislation and income security.
Yes, so absolutely. That that divide between those who have and those who have not was certainly evident before, but it certainly is growing. Just quickly, and this can be answered by whomever wishes to address it, there's been a lot of talk about childcare. I do find it interesting that there was a hit, considering there were 13 years of Liberal majority governments where they chose not to provide that childcare, and another 4 years of majority government just recently where choices can be made, and that federal leadership is extremely necessary. I think that we've seen a bit of shifting of that lack of leadership, trying to put it onto the provinces. But Ms. Scott and whomever wants to discuss it, that creation of a pan-Canadian childcare network and system, so that a lot of the different provinces aren't unequal, that they ensure that we retain those high-skilled workers who aren't paid a decent amount, so that we ensure that monies are provided to increase the spaces available, if people would like to address that specifically.
I can sort of speak briefly to that since I've already alluded to it and leave the floor for someone else. I mean, obviously childcare is critical, and we have a model in Canada that certainly isn't worthy of emulation. It's largely driven by private fees, the parent fees and the like, and it's enormously expensive. Our research that we do every year, where we survey up over 10,000 childcare centers and whatnot to provide do the childcare fees report, speak to the very high level, next to shelter, one of the highest expenses certainly for families. So the idea to stabilize that money, we really have to direct money, and the federal government has a critical role to play in channeling those monies to centers to stabilize and to, directly, so not reliant on parent fees. We really have to get into and understand childcare as an essential public service and start to fund it like that.
Does someone else want to come in and add to that answer? Go ahead. Anybody who wants to take it on? Ms. Matheson, do you want to go again? You got
Absolutely.
a quick question?
Yeah. So a lot of the women's networks and organizations that I've spoken to, they consistently struggle with that idea of project funding. I know, Ms. Walker, this was a key example of what your organization faced in terms of it was the end of one program and that fund that was associated to it, but obviously the services and what you provide to the community needed to continue. So I've heard consistently that project funding alone is not sufficient. It wasn't sufficient before, and it certainly isn't sufficient now when we live in this pandemic world where you are facing emergencies and crises and situations you never thought, but you can't allocate any sort of core funding that you might have had before or should have to some of those services that you need. In terms of, do you support converting the capacity building fund grants to more of a core funding allocation, and how would that help support your organizations, not just for London Abuse Center, but again, if other people wanted to address that, how would that help?
Lindsay, I'll just say something really quickly, which is that if it is the government's priority in all of its forms, then it should be the government's responsibility to ensure ongoing access to funding. Because to close a program, first of all, is very costly than if you have to reopen it. Yeah. And secondly, it leaves women and girls destitute with nowhere else to go. And in cases of trafficking, they return to their trafficker. In cases of intimate partner violence, they return to their abuser. So I've heard from the Liberal government many times that ending male violence against women and freeing women from oppression is a priority. And it can't be just spoken about, it must be backed with funding.
Okay, we'll now go to 5-minute rounds. We'll start with Ms. Harder, followed by Mr. McLeod. Go ahead, Ms. Harder.
Great. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us today. One of the last things that the Status of Women Committee looked at about a year ago and submitted a report on was shelters, and the fact that there is in fact a lack of funding and a lack of follow through from the government in terms of supporting the vulnerable women who would use such centers. Now, further to that, we've seen a cut actually in the midst of this pandemic once again, where Ms. Walker, you've said that your center isn't receiving funding. We know of about 600 plus centers across the country that are not receiving funding. This seems to be contrary to the report and what it called for just last spring. Now, what a time to cut that funding or to reduce that funding when we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're seeing a dramatic increase in domestic violence against women and girls. Further to that, funding was also cut with regards to conquering or going after those who would victimize women and girls through sex trafficking. And Ms. Walker, you talked a little bit about this and the impact that this has had on your organization and the fact that it has, of course, stagnated or threatened to stagnate some of the really great work that you folks are doing there in London, Ontario. Ms. Walker, I wondered just to begin with, actually, if you could address this misnomer that trafficking happens in other countries. Perhaps the perception is even in developed countries, but surely not in Canada. We know that that is not in fact the case, but I think it's really difficult for many people to wrap their head around what trafficking looks like here in our own country. There was a recent report just this winter that came out from CTV News. They reported that 93% of those who are trafficked within this country are in fact Canadian citizens. I wonder if you could shed light on what it looks like to be an individual who is trafficked within the nation of Canada. How does that work in a really practical sense?
So it's very easy. And in fact, since COVID, and we see all sorts of children at home because they're no longer in school and their parents are working from home and they're on the internet quite a bit. And we've actually received now 6 phone calls from parents who since COVID have had their children, they're underage girls, lured online by a man who pretends to be a young boy interested in her, who asks her to do sexual things online and remove her clothes. He then uses that against her, indicating that if she doesn't provide him with more, he will call her parents and tell them, or also he has oftentimes seen other family members in the videos and he will lure her younger sister. And so this is going on an everyday, all day basis. And, London is a hub for trafficking. So I'm very familiar with what happens, partly because we have a college and a university, and also because we have easy access off the 401 and a number of entry points. This is happening across our country, and it used to be that traffickers would traffic guns or drugs, but that means they always had to go back and buy more drugs or guns to traffic. Now they can lure women and girls and not pay 1 cent for them and traffic them and make their living. And they're making approximately $300,000 per year per woman and girl.
Wow. Ms. Walker, the fund that was put forward in order to support the combat of human trafficking. In 2009, it was $57.22 million, which is, a significant amount of money, and certainly there could be more, but now there's zero due to the reduction of this government. You've outlined a few ways that women and girls can be trafficked. Further to that, it's my understanding that women and girls can also be trafficked through their schools, in shopping malls. You mentioned colleges, universities, online, massage parlors. All of these serve as venues through which women and girls are trafficked. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that they are not actually paid. It is the person who traffics them that is paid. These women and girls, unfortunately, go without a sum of money. What I find interesting then is actually that the current government is giving a wage subsidy to many of these organizations that are responsible for the trafficking of these women and girls, but providing zero when it comes to helping the women and girls themselves. Can you comment on that further?
Well, we always say that all girls and women are potential victims of violence for no other reason than the sex they were born. And that includes traffickers who are searching for girls to go across the country and sell, to be raped, basically. And the younger the girl is, the more money that trafficker will get. And if she's underage and a virgin, he's hit the jackpot. That's the reality of the work that we do every single day. And, you know, when women and girls walk into our office who are trafficked, they largely come because of referrals from police. And they don't want to stay. They want to go home. They miss their moms, you know, they miss their dads, and they don't want to be used in this way any longer. This is a very serious issue. And if there is no funding to address it, as I said earlier, these girls will go right back to their traffickers. You know, and trafficking is a very complicated issue. And I would love to have hours to be able to explain it. But traffickers know that recruiting other girls is illegal. So they use other women within what they call their stable, like animals, their stable of women, to go out and do the recruiting. So it's oftentimes you'll read it's young women that are being arrested and charged with recruitment actions. And that's because they're termed the bottom bitch and they're turned out to do that very job. So this is a crisis. We have a crisis. We are losing girls and women. We are working in youth detention centers where traffickers are planting girls there to recruit the girls when they come out. This is a very serious issue.
Thank you. Thank you both. We'll now go to Mr. McLeod and on to Ms. Dancho. Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the presenters today. A very interesting discussion for sure. I'm the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories, and I represent a large Indigenous population. Over half of my constituency is Indigenous, and one word of the pandemic started to surface, we were all very concerned because history of epidemics and pandemics show that Indigenous people always pay the highest price. And a lot of times, almost all the time, we've been left to fend for ourselves with very little government support. So we were quite happy to see that the investment that this government has made is very significant. It's actually historic. You know, over 500 shelters and sexual assault centers have been funded. Money is flowing to the north. We have many people that are unemployed, and we've seen some real significant and new types of investment in the north and across the country, for that matter, in terms of Indigenous community support. We've seen money for on-the-land programs that really helped us out. Our friendship centers got support, and that really helped us out. And this is the first time we're seeing that type of support, and it's bringing communities together. And at the same time, more people are venturing out into the wilderness and back on the land than I've ever seen in a long, long time. But it has allowed our communities to do different things. It's allowed our communities to restrict alcohol sales. It's allowed our communities to put more security on our highways, and it stopped a lot of the bootleggers and drug dealers, and of course we're able to do that because we're fairly isolated, and we've also been able to set up on-the-land counseling camps where people that are traumatized, people that are very having a difficult time can go and talk to elders, talk to some of the knowledge keepers, and it's working really well for us. But I think it's different. You know, it's not the same in the South. It's issues that challenge people in the urban centers versus the rural. And I know that there is differences when it comes to how Indigenous women are dealing with the pandemic versus non-Indigenous. So I wanted to ask CEO if they could let us know if there's any information pointing to that fact that Indigenous women are affected differently than non-Indigenous women by the pandemic.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And I think part of it is access to markets and relationships into customers. And so we've been working very closely with the Lift Collective, Kira Fraser. She's one of the activators in our network. And we started doing calls actually a couple of months before the pandemic. How do we create the conditions for Indigenous women in business to thrive? Tira, some of you may have read about, she's the first woman to start an airline, an Indigenous woman-owned airline out of BC. And you can just imagine having started an airline just before this happened. What a complete nightmare. And so she's been facing deep challenges to try and make flights up to remote communities to support. And women in our community across the country have been keeping her business alive and crowdfunding her flights to get resources going into other areas. And the story of that led then more Indigenous women to start joining our calls every Sunday for a couple of hours. And now we're having up to 140 women join these calls, all of them Indigenous women in business from across the country, and now starting to come into these regular activator calls that we have once a week, where we practice asking and giving. What is it that you need and how can we support? And we literally are one step removed from whatever we need when we come into community together. So this sort of deep relationship building and creating trust between settlers, white women settlers, other women of color, and Indigenous women is heavy lifting. It's relationship building, but we've actually created some significant impact and growth in these Indigenous businesses, and we hope to really scale that out. We're doing this in other countries we're in as well, and now starting to cross-pollinate with Indigenous entrepreneurs. So there are so many business practices that come in Indigenous culture that we need to pay attention to.
I just wanted to
very quick question, Mike.
Yes, because when I got elected in 2015, I met with a lot of women's organizations, Native women's, and many others in my riding, and the money was practically non-existent. And I know every budget we've had more and more investment. Budget 2019, we had 160 million over 5 years for women's programs. But at the same time, now that COVID has set in, I hear it from our elders and some of our people in our communities that there seems to be an anxiety in the air. There seems to be a level of stress. For example, we've had, in my little community, we've had 3 funerals in the last 10 days, non-COVID related, but that's unusual for us. And there's kind of something going on, and I'm not sure what factors related to the COVID-19 may contribute to an increase in some of the social issues, including gender-based violence and intimate partner violence.
Anybody want to take that on?
And I'll respond just quickly because we know, for instance, in trafficking that 50% of trafficking girls and women are Indigenous, and we work very closely with our Indigenous nations around the City of London because we're very committed to reconciliation and learning from the elders at the First Nations, and they continue to report to us on an ongoing basis the trauma, the lived experiences of Indigenous peoples that continues to present itself on an ongoing basis in their lives. And I think colonization has has presented a lot of harm to communities across Canada. And it's very difficult when we hear our First Nations peoples telling us that they have no drinking water, and the funding has still not come to allow them for that very basic right to clean drinking water. And these are issues that are very serious for Indigenous communities across the country and need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you all. Then we will turn to Ms. Dancho, followed by Ms. Kurtakis. Ms. Dancho.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the incredible witnesses we have on the Finance Committee today. Your opening remarks were very powerful, so thank you very much for those. My questions are for Nina Laboon, CEO of Donwood Manor Personal Care Home here in Northeast Winnipeg. Nina, thank you so much to you and to Donwood for the extraordinary care you have been giving residents over the course of this pandemic and for the past 50 years. As we know, it's your 50-year anniversary this year. So Nina, can you tell the committee what the experience has been for your workforce? What has the impact been on them during this pandemic? We know that, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, that the nurses and the support staff are predominantly women. So what has the impact been on them?
I think actually the previous MP alluded to this. It's hard to put a pulse on it, but there is a really significant amount of underlying stress and anxiety that this has come. And you see it in perhaps the concrete ways of trying to juggle childcare, increase sick time, overtime. But I really think the pandemic has, again, illuminated what we have known about long-term care for a very long time. It works because of the resourcefulness of the staff who are in the system. And it's been pushed past that at the point that we're in right now.
Thank you. And what would you say the impact has been on residents? And has there been a difference and impact on the women residents versus the male residents?
For sure. So just speaking from my own care home, 85% of our resident population are females. Average age is 91 in one site. So very frail senior population. We also have seen, sadly, an increased number of deaths in the last 12 weeks, not COVID related, but loneliness has an impact on one's health. So it's been incredibly difficult for our female seniors and also for their female caregivers, family informal caregivers who cannot come in the home. So all those unmeasured impacts are really difficult.
Yes, we've been hearing that anecdotally across Kildonan and St. Paul from folks who have very senior residents in their family and care homes, that the loneliness is palpable and it's been very challenging. Have there been increased financial impacts on Donwood to accommodate for the health recommendations of physical distancing, PPE, extra hygiene requirements, perhaps staff shortages?
Yeah, very significant. So we're at about week 12 here in Manitoba, and we're looking at about 120,000 of costs that we've been able to track thus far. I have a purchase agreement to service arrangement with our government that requires us to have no deficit at fiscal year end, which is truly not going to be possible because of circumstances out of our control. So I really think there needs to be a look at concrete funding to fill those gaps. Because I'm not alone. Every site we've just done what's needed to protect the seniors in our care and prioritize that over the dollars.
Thank you. And have you had any difficulty accessing PPE for your staff and residents?
We have not, which is amazingly due in part to our incredible nursing leadership and ingenuity in, making simple things people may not be aware, but hand sanitizers only work in certain dispensers. So you get really creative to make sure that our staff have the protection that they need.
That's very good to hear. I know not all personal care homes have had that same positive experience. That's a relief. So we know that personal care homes, of course, have been disproportionately impacted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Over half of the deaths in Canada have been attributed to elderly care homes. What role do you see the government playing for elderly care homes moving forward?
I'm a firm believer that quality of work life impacts the quality of care that will be provided in long-term care. And I really think a key, although it's not currently federally funded in terms of long-term care specifically, a key area that can be looked at is the regulation of care in long-term care sites, and specifically regulation of the currently unregulated care providers. So PSWs, healthcare aides across Canada have very minimal educational preparation. And yet they are the hands and feet of care in our facilities. They constitute most of our workforce, and we all know that seniors care, and they are not being given the skills and education and resources to be well prepared for the roles that we're asking them to fulfill.
We'll have to end it there. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Just while we're on you, on the witness here, Ms. Lebrun, I believe you mentioned in the beginning the number of people working 2 jobs, mainly women, and we've seen that a lot in the homes in Quebec and elsewhere across the country. So what's the reason for that? I mean, I've always assumed the reason for people having to work in 2 jobs is because the business doesn't want to pay benefits. In terms of your presentation, what is the underlying reason for if a person's working in a home, why wouldn't they just be working in the one home, paid decent wages and getting the benefits? But here they are working 2 homes to survive, which also puts people at greater risks in terms of the transmission of disease.
Thank you for that question. There's lots of complexities to the HR piece and the collective agreements that we have to fit within in terms of the types of positions we have and are able to create. So most of my staff will have multiple, a 0.4, for example, and a 0.6 and a 0.8. They'll add up their positions across sites. So a few weeks ago, Manitoba moved to a single site employer for long-term care. And as a compromise and as a way for women to not be impacted by a salary cut, they are now allowed to hold equals 1.3 of a full-time position at one site. And it is because of remuneration. It's insufficient pay to support a family.
Okay, thank you for that. Turning then to to Ms. Kotrakis, and giving the time, we will have to go to about 4 2-minute sessions after that. Annie, you're on. We'll start with Mr. St. Marie after Annie. Go ahead, Annie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all our witnesses today and your compelling comments. You know, I'm a new member. This is my first mandate as an MP, and the first time I'm participating on a committee as important as this Finance Committee. And I have to tell you, some of the comments that I heard here today has made me scratch my head a little bit, because I'm part of a government that I think has made historic funding, and it would be amiss on my part if I did not, you know, outline for the record some of those, the funding that we've already done. We didn't cut funding. We created more than 7,000 shelter spaces since taking office. The original goal was to do that by 2027. We've already met that. A third of the National Housing Strategy investments have gone to benefit women. We have funded more than 420 shelters and 90 sexual assault centers, and we have $10 million slated to support women's organizations that fall outside those categories. We provided new funding in response to COVID-19. In Quebec alone, we provided the province with $6.46 million on April 22nd. We have provided 4.25 of that to 118 shelters and 790,000 to 49 sexual assault centers. However, as this is jurisdictional and, you know, all provinces are very sensitive to this, Quebec insisted that all funding flowed through that province. In the budget of 2019, we had $160 million earmarked over 5 years for women's program. So can we do more? Can we do better? Absolutely. All governments can do more and do better. But I think that this government has stepped up and has provided, has heard, has listened. Our programs have flexibility, and you know, I'm sorry if I'm speaking so passionately, but I believe so much in what we are doing that I had to set the record straight. My question is to Ms. Camateros. Thank you very much for your compelling comments and for all the work that you and your team do at Shields of Athena. I've known your organization for many, many years, and I congratulate you for all the good work, as I congratulate everybody here for the hard work and great work that you do. You've mentioned several times, Ms. Camateros, about specific funding and allowance. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that would look like? What would be an adequate amount? How schedule of payments? Have you, I don't know, you or an organization that you know of have done a study that could come up with a figure that would make sense?
Well, whatever I've said is based on the experience that we have when women come to us at the shelter, or the women that come to us at the centers. Now, the first thing that a woman is provided when she comes to the shelter, if she doesn't have a job, because a lot of women do have jobs, a lot of women do not, however, because of the financial dependency that they've been accustomed to. So the first thing is that we put them on welfare. So this welfare is $600. If she has to pay $500 a month for rent, because there's not enough affordable social housing, then that's an issue for her. If she has children, that issue is compounded. So I would say that if a study be done, it should be something according to a sliding scale of needs, because we don't want abuse of the system either. I mean, this is not what we're advocating. We have to make the women autonomous. That's a basic thing in the feminist perspective as well. How can, a woman become autonomous and not fall back into an abusive situation? So I'm sure that, a study could be done, but $600 on welfare is not enough. Then on the other side, okay, of the spectrum, what are we supposed to do with women that come there in order to get more funding? Are we supposed to tell them how they can get money as cash, okay, or to not divulge money that it's not a good, how can I say this? I mean, it's a circle that should be broken at some point. This circle of poverty that a lot of women who are also victims of conjugal violence have. And again, conjugal violence is not a poor woman's issue. It's just that women who are poor feel it so much more. So what can we do? And we have received help at the level of the shelters, and we have to thank the government for that, because every shelter in Quebec got through the funding, approximately $50,000 for the COVID situation. But let's see what we can do for the woman herself, for the victim herself. Is there something that we can provide her in terms of financial assistance that will help her on her road towards autonomy? And this is so important. And it's particularly important for women who don't have the choice that I was trying to say before. So, no, I have no perspective on what this should be, but I'm sure that if we set a committee, we can arrive to some logical sort of outcome. But it's a crying need for the women who are victims of conjugal violence, this financial stipend, allowance, I don't know how to call it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both, Annie. I'm sorry we'll have to end it at it. We're over substantially. Then we will go to 5 2-minute rounds. Mr. St. Marie, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Fragascatis, and Ms. May.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. I can't prevent myself from saying this. I started to react to what Madame Koutrakis was just saying. From my perspective, the federal government has disengaged itself extensively from social service provision. From 76, it got out of the funding, and this has created problems. Yes, the Liberal government has made announcements about reinvesting, but it's got nothing to do with the cuts that were carried out by previous governments. Battling poverty Well, they talk about that, and then further to that, the poverty levels just exploded, particularly for single mothers and others in Quebec, because the government put in place a family policy that was very, very effective, and then it allowed women to get on to the labor market. For Madame Scott, my question is this. You spoke about the issue in your presentation. There was a lot in your presentation, and it was interesting. But you said that with COVID now, there is a large number of women who have to step out of the labor market. We have a family policy in the Quebec model. Are you familiar with that? And if so, could that be useful? The government has set out $500 million for the health services. Do you think that is a sufficient amount of money?
Yes, thanks for the question. Yes, the model in Quebec, stands out. Its family policy back 20 years has been very successful in mobilizing and encouraging women's participation in the labor market, and great research demonstrating the drop in child poverty and the like. The key piece there, of course, was $7 a day childcare, in large measure. And they've got a slightly different model now and a new system of credits. But Quebec really is an outlier in Canada in actually putting together the pieces of a national or a comprehensive childcare policy that facilitated a rise in employment. You see that in the statistics up until recently. Quebec's done really well this past decade. I think more resources need to be put into that. It's an important piece of the recovery plan, childcare as well as income security supports to assist families. The concern about women and whether they'll be coming back to work, without a strong public health initiative like testing and all the like, workers will not feel comfortable returning to work. I think that's a key piece. The other piece, of course, is will women's jobs be there? That's a second piece. And the next piece, of course, is the care economy and what kind of infrastructure is in place to facilitate their participation. And this is an opportunity for Canada to get out ahead of this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. We may have to tighten it up a little to get everybody in. Ms. Matheson, you're on.
Thank you. I would like to actually go back to Ms. Scott. She didn't have a chance to address the question, and it was just about women and women's organizations dealing with the systemic barriers that they have to face, and the conversion of the capacity building fund grants to more stable, reliable funding by this federal government. What do you have to say about that?
Absolutely. I acknowledge certainly the previous comment that there has been additional monies that have been channeled and flowing to the women's serving community and the women's movement in the past number of years. Those have been short-term project monies. In terms of building capacity, core funding is a critical component. That's true in the nonprofit sector generally. We've been in a crisis of unstable funding in an enormously important sector, and it's not stable. It's not sustainable. Core funding can be a change that we look at, and transforming the capacity grant as the current proposals on the table is a good step in that direction.
You have time for a quick one, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you. To Ms. LeBun, one of the things that we've been putting forward is the idea that there have to be national standards for long-term care. That has to be linked to the Canada Health Act in terms of that equality of care and fairness. It links to a guarantee for seniors in long-term care that they will have that high quality of access or care, guaranteed to families that they'll be cared for, and certainly guaranteed to workers. So in terms of reforms that you see, how do you think that can fit into what you need, what you are working with directly?
I think that's critical. Thank you for that comment and observation. I would say foundationally, what is equally critical is investment in capital. So I included a few examples for you in my presentation, and I could include many, many more. So again, I would suggest that women are being incredibly resourceful in their caregiving in a environment that has been sorely neglected.
Thank you for those remarks. And your presentation will go to anybody who's sent in remarks. The clerk will send them out to all committee members in translated form. Ms. Sahota, and on to Mr. Fragiskatis. Go ahead, Ms. Sahota.
So I just want to start off by thanking all the witnesses, and thank you for your time, your perspective, and your passion and dedication. I really enjoyed your presentations, your opening remarks, so thank you for that. We know that COVID-19 has impacted everyone greatly, and I hear that in my writing from my constituents. The opposition party, Conservative Party, got some concessions on certain programs and got the government to walk back on some failed policies in CERB and CEWS. And yet the government, despite knowing that certain resources are not being funded, shelters versus centers, the government is choosing not to change their program or policy to get money to those on the front lines. What's your take on that? Ms. Walker, we'll start with you.
Thank you for that great question. And one of the things I think is so important is that we make sure that all of the issues are addressed in a nonpartisan way. So recently our issue, we've worked with Conservatives, the Liberals, the Green Party, the Bloc, and the NDP. And we always have our best outcomes when we all work collectively together, because sometimes I feel that it's not a matter of not wanting to do the right thing. It's just a matter of not knowing what the right thing to do is. And so the more we expand the participants in the discussion, the more likely we are to find a solution that is in the best interest of, in our case, women and girls.
Ms. Kamatros, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I just want to say that violence against women is something that affects everybody, right? And it's not essentially a problem that affects only women. Violence against women is a matter of societal concern. And I think that we have to collaborate with one another in order to make sure that this is not repeated, and that we can, ameliorate the situations, and we can reduce the potential of violence against women. How that will be done, I'm really at a loss, actually, because after 30 years of working in this domain, I've seen a lot of governments come and go. I have seen an interest in violence against women, but I think there should be more of a cohesive strategy regarding violence against women. Now, does that mean also a federal law or a law at the federal level that speaks on violence against women? I don't know. Would that give it more impetus as a subject? I don't know. Would that necessarily get us more funding? I don't know. But it might be worth looking into. So these are my comments on the issue.
We'll have to end that round there. We'll go to Mr. Fragiskatis, and then Ms. May will have to wrap it up. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to put my question to Ms. Scott, but to Ms. Walker, thank you for your work, and I'm hopeful that we will get to a good outcome on the issues, or a number of issues that you have raised today in support of the organization. To Ms. Scott, and you have raised this, as has Armine Yelnizyan, who you mentioned in your testimony, the service sector. Women work in high numbers in the service sector, obviously. The service sector has been particularly negatively impacted in this economic crisis. Do you have advice on how the federal government ought to approach the question of helping the service sector at this time as we think about an economic restart?
Thank you for the question. I think that's really important. I mean, my short answer is old style stimulus won't cut it, or won't cut it alone. I know we're talking right now about how stimulus really isn't what we're looking for, but this is an opportunity, I think, given the scale of job loss and persistent job loss we'll see in the service sector, to pivot and look at Canada's social infrastructure. And I think it behooves us to, link. We've talked about childcare, we've talked about long-term care. This is an opportunity to start flowing funds into those sectors, not only to support the labor forces to raise the quality of employment on offer, to raise wages in those sectors, to create opportunities and improve the quality of women's employment, recognizing that the clear majority of women, over 50%, continue to be represented. I think this is really going to be critical going forward, that as important as the jobs in building out physical infrastructure is, it's time that we look at universal services and social infrastructure as an important theme of this recovery and move to a decarbonized economy.
Thank you both. Last question, Ms. May.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll continue with you, Ms. Scott. I really appreciate the work of CCPA, but I do also have to say this has been an extraordinary panel. I wish I had a lot of time, which the chair will tell you I don't, but all the presentations were great and lovely to see you again, Megan. It's been a long time. But my question is, given your background, of course, as a senior economist at CCPA, I wonder if you could take a crack at the question that our chair asked our wonderful witness, Ms. Labun from Winnipeg. And it's mostly women, so I think it's within the area of your studies. Why do women in precarious work in one or two different care homes? And what policy instruments would we need to bring forward so that doesn't continue to happen post-pandemic?
This is clearly our long-term care. I don't even get me started. I'll start. It's my fault anyway. I cannot go there. It is broken. It is fundamentally broken. And what has happened in our care sector is a tragedy for the entire country, and it's a shame for the entire country that we've neglected. Obviously, the response and organization of long-term care is a provincial and territorial matter. That the call to bring long-term care under the Canada Health Act is critically important. We desperately need to establish national standards that speak to the quality of care on offer, everything from staffing ratios to prohibition of contracting out and the imposition of private sector management strategies that basically put profit above people. That is critical as we reapproach this sector. We have absolutely got to look at working conditions and why staff are paid so poorly and must cobble together income in order to make a sustainable wage. We have to look at how that is integrated into our immigration system, where we bring in low-wage women women of color and from these countries to do this work and exploit them here. We really must. And I think we can take leadership. BC has taken some leadership. We've got to look at provincially stepping up on labor standards. There's no mystery here. We can't let private corporations continue to proliferate and buy up these real estate assets to profit off the backs of our most vulnerable. I can't say this strongly enough. This is our opportunity to stand up as a country and to fix this system. That'll be good for all of us going down. It must be a national priority moving forward.
Thank you both. And Ms. Scott, you're I think going to be quite passionate in your answer on the long-term care. And I mean, look, the reality is close to, if it's not 80% of the deaths due to COVID-19 have been in long care facilities. There's certainly a message to all of elected people across the country, both provincial and federal in that regard. So if you have a paper or writing a paper or anything on that, feel free to send it to the committee, and we'll distribute it to committee members. So with that, we are slightly over our time. I do want to thank all our witnesses for a very moving discussion and some very valid points raised.
COVID-19 thing.
Oh, sorry, somebody's talking over there. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your presentations. Your remarks will be taken into consideration within the various levels of the federal government and certainly within the members themselves. So with that, I'll thank you all. I was going to talk to committee members a little bit about a steering committee, but some of our steering committees are not on the line, so we'll do that at the next meeting, because we have to figure out as a committee our path forward over the next while. So with that, thank you one and all to the witnesses and taking the time, and thank you members for a very vivid discussion. Meeting adjourned.